Chapter 1, Winning in Life. So, you purchase this book because you think it might improve your current life condition, because you think it might help you start winning in life. The truth is that you can start improving your life right now, right here in this moment, by making a choice. A choice to change your life. It's a conscious choice. People think that mindset is just a feel-good idea. They think it's something people just talk about. They think it's just something that makes people feel better about themselves. The truth is that there is nothing more important than your mindset. The irony is that most people spend almost zero time working on their own minds. The reality is, to raise your quality of life, you have to take conscious control over your mind. Your mindset will make or break you in this life or the next. When it comes to winning and success, there is a starting point that is not negotiable. The starting point is the decision to win. Stop whatever you're doing. Go, sit down, take a deep breath. You just decide. Decide that you will win in this life. You make that choice. That is it. What follows this decision is you taking the actions needed to get the results no matter what. Start approaching life like an artist. Start creating your life. You need to take control of your mind. The most powerful goal-seeking machine in the known universe is the human brain. Start analyzing your psychology, your habits, your actions, your diet, your job, your relationships, your business, and everything else in your life. Then realize that you created all of that. Whether it was consciously or unconsciously, you created it. Winning doesn't come automatically. You made the decision, and now the hard work starts. What will your platform be for your mission? Will you start a business or become part of a company? Will you do some kind of professional job like a doctor or engineer? Whatever your mission is, it must be based on the objective of being the best in whatever you do. For now, just think about it. We'll go into this idea in more detail later. Financially independent. Your mission must include getting wealthy. It doesn't matter what your mission is. You need money, and lots of it. To live life on your terms, you need financial stability and freedom. Your mindset is key to becoming financially independent. You need to create an environment in your life that is primarily focused on your mission. Everything must be aligned with your decision to win in this game of life. This includes building systems and structures in your life. These structures must include the following. 1. Mindset. Mindset work should be your priority. Everything else will follow if you get this right. Make this your starting point, a decision that you will start winning. You will find a way to win. You must find any excuse to win and keep on winning. It must become a habit for you to win, just like it's a habit for many people to lose. Your way of thinking must be observed, improved, and mastered. What you think, you become. We'll talk about this more in later chapters. 2. Environment. You must create an environment in your life that is aligned with your vision and goals. Cut out people holding you back and all negative influences. This means spending less time or cutting out people that don't have your best interests at heart. You must read, learn, listen, and keep improving yourself. You must be a learning machine. You have to turn your mental and physical environment into a place that is totally aligned with your mission. What you read and listen to, you become. What you surround yourself with, you will become. Free your body. Everything in life is connected. Your mind cannot function at its peak potential if you don't take care of your body. Your body is your vehicle, and you must turn your body into your powerful servant. The stronger and healthier you are, the better quality of life you will have. Consistently exercising and eating healthy will fuel you to go above and beyond to reach your goals. The more you exercise, the better you feel. 4. your fuel. You need to fuel your body with healthy, nutrient-dense food. Limit anything from a box and a plastic bag. You don't need anything fancy or complex. Just eat stuff that comes from an animal or from the soil. All you need is meat, vegetables, butter, and some whey protein. That's it. To optimize your health, get some high-quality supplements. Not all supplements are equal, so if you do supplement, get quality supplements. 5. Adapt. Things will happen in your life. Things will not always go as you planned them. It's called life. Things go wrong. The important thing is how you react. The key is to be flexible. Darwin famously said the species that survive are the ones that are most adaptable. So adapt to your environment. Make it work. You must find a way to win. 6. Consistency. Whatever it is you're doing, you must be consistent. Every action you take in your life must be consistent. In business, fitness, relationships, or anything else, be consistent. Consistency is one of the biggest deciding factors of winning and losing. Being consistent is key. Be consistent with the right things. Do things that matter and do them consistently. 7. Be relentless. Become the guy that's always in the game. Never give up. Always keep moving forward. Become that guy that always comes back. When everyone thinks you're done, you get up again. Keep on pounding that punching bag relentlessly and don't stop. Become absolutely, relentlessly focused on your mission. Don't let anything stop you. If a wall appears in front of you, then build a door. Whatever happens to you, keep going. If you can't walk, then crawl. If you can't crawl, then get someone to carry you, but keep going. People will try and stop you. This will happen when you decide to change your ways and start winning. They'll ask you why you are different. Smile, walk away, and get back to what you are doing. When you make the decision to win, you will be different. You made a decision and you made a mindset shift. You're starting to see the truth. And the truth is that everything is your responsibility. The truth is that you must build your life brick by brick, starting with your mind. It's called personal development. If you want to develop yourself, start with your mind. If you want to win, then build your mindset on the foundation of a decision to win. Nothing in your life happens by chance. Nothing in your life happens by chance. All the things that look like an accident were all put in motion by the oldest law in the universe. This law has a name: cause and effect. Your life and my life and everything in this universe are governed by cause and effect. For example, if you go to a casino and see someone roll the dice and you think it's by chance that it landed a certain way, you're wrong. There were cause and effect forces at play. Things we can't see and comprehend as humans. For example, the pressure of the hands, the speed of the hands, the humidity in the room, speed of flight through the air. It's the same with your life. The first member of your distant family, thousands of years ago, decided to go after a certain female. And the end result is that you are here right now reading these words. It's all a chain of events based on certain cause and effect events. Yes, we don't have control over all these cause and effect actions, but there are many we can control, or at least influence. Being conscious of this cause and effect at play everywhere gives you the power. Being objective exposes your own weaknesses. Looking objectively at your life, ask yourself this question: are you the cause, or are you the effect? Most people are largely being steered by outside forces and influences. If you're the cause in your life, it means you are in control. It means you know there are powerful universal laws at play at all times, and you learn that you should get control and be the cause. If you're not the cause, you'll get swept away and be the effect. You become the cause by studying and evaluating your own life. You must investigate how you are being influenced by outside forces that are steering you in directions that you want to avoid. For example, you watch TV every day for hours, and the influence of a specific TV show is steering your mind in a certain direction. You're at university or at a company surrounded by a certain group of people that don't have your best interests at heart, and they are influencing you by what they say and the way they act. You haven't exercised for months, maybe even years, and your body is deteriorating. You haven't read a book since high school, so you're being left behind intellectually. You haven't eaten a healthy, nutritious meal in years, so your body is open to infection and disease. You watch mainstream news every day, so your mind is negative and fearful. You react to things with emotion and without thinking. This leads to bad decisions in your life. You're working in a dead-end job that leads you to being unhappy. You listen to toxic music every day that makes you depressed. You let people treat you badly, which makes you feel bad about yourself. You use toxic soap and deodorant for 20 years, and this leads to you compromising your health. The many possible chains of events are infinite. What does all this mean? It means every action, no matter how small, has a reaction. For example, someone will say, "I can't lose weight. I've tried everything, but it doesn't work." But if you go and examine this person's life, you realize they drink 5 cafe lattes every day with 3 teaspoons of sugar in every cup. That's 15 teaspoons of sugar every day. So the cause is always there if you look closely. What this means is that you have the power to influence the outcome in your life. If you can identify your most important cause and effect actions in your life, then you can change them. You can change them in a way that causes you to get the outcome you want. If you do this, you take control. That means you can create and design habits that set a chain of cause and effect events into play that creates the outcomes that you want. The biggest problem is that most people have habits that they're not even aware of having. They're not aware that they're getting fat and unhealthy because of the food they eat every single day. They're not aware that they're wasting and poisoning their minds and life by watching hours of TV every day. They're not aware that consistent drinking every weekend is causing the depression and chaos in the week that follows. They're not aware of the massive power of the law of cause and effect. Everything in the universe we live in gets noticed by the energy field we operate in. This means all the actions you take get noticed by this energy field. Cause and effect can't be avoided or hidden. Cause and effect are not limited to the physical world that you see around you. The way you think sets the same law into motion and has even more powerful effects. If you consistently think about bad things happening, then the effects of those thoughts over weeks and months and even years will be seen. If you consistently think negatively, the negative effects will be seen. But the opposite's also true. If you change the way you think, you'll see the opposite. Empowering thoughts will change the effects. The way you think about yourself consistently also sets the law of cause and effect into motion. If you constantly think you're not good enough, then guess what? The effect is that you will not be good enough. But if you consistently think that you are good enough, then you will be good enough. As a Man Thinketh is not just a book title, it's the way the human mind works. What you consistently think, you become. So the law is present everywhere in the universe. You can see it both in the physical and mental planes. Where does this leave you? It leaves you in a position of control. But you only get control if you choose to consciously take control. Take control of the way you think. Take control of your actions consistently and see your world change for the good. Or don't, and see the effects happening around you. So you have a choice. Take control or just drift down the invisible stream of time until you wake up in a place without knowing how you got there. You have two weapons. You'll have two weapons to take back control of your mind and take your life to the next level. The first is your self-discipline. The second is your will. How badly do you want that dream life? Your willpower will guide you there. The will is that beautiful unseen force that pushes you beyond all expectations. That force creates momentum. That force creates everything you ever wanted. If you allow your will to grow, then you can transform your reality. How do you grow your will? You get a clear picture in your mind of the life you want to live and the person you want to become, and you go after that with everything you have. You remember the pain from the past. You use that pain and let it push you. You remember the life vision you have for yourself, and you let it push you. You let your will grow into a lion. Then you will go above and beyond the forces that are trying to stop you. You go above and beyond your own limitations, and you push forward. But before you can create all this, you must answer the most important question: who are you becoming? No one is coming to save you. How's your life right now? Good? Average? Or bad? Is your back against the wall? Do you hate your life? Do you hate your job? Do you hate the relationship you're in? Do you hate the fact that you struggle to meet women? Do you hate all your credit card debt? Do you hate being overweight and fat? Do you hate being weak? Are you waiting for someone to save you? If you're waiting for that, then stop, because I have some bad news. Nobody's coming to save you. There's no one coming to give you a hug or a pat on the back. The brutal truth is you are alone in this world. This is the truth. Friends, family, girlfriends are not there to guide you. You are there to guide them. If you want to walk like a lion, you need to accept the reality of a lion. A male lion walks alone. He must face life's battles alone first. You must lead. Other people have their own problems, their own lives to take care of. So if you're looking for a hug or someone to come and save you, then know this. If you're reading these words, the chances are good that you are in the darkness right now. If you're not aware that you are alone in the darkness, or maybe you just realized it, the fact that you get born alone and die alone might come as a shock to you. Or it might be a liberation. It could be your savior. It could be the spark that liberates you from the mental shackles that are holding you back. Why would this liberate you? It liberates you when you stop blaming other people, other events. It liberates you when you stop procrastinating. It liberates you when you stop complaining, bitching, and looking for sympathy. It liberates you when you stop waiting for a pat on the back. It liberates you when you stop. And then something beautiful will happen. You will have a choice. There will be two roads to choose from. Road number one, you can say, I'm done. Then go lie down and cry in the fetal position. Or road number two, you can say, I'm taking control. I'm going to become a lion walking around on this planet. If you choose option two and take action, you'll realize something more beautiful. You realize how much you can accomplish in your life if you walk alone and get down to business. So you had bad things happen to you in the past? Good. Some people don't like you? Good. You're in a bad spot right now? Good. You're feeling angry? Good. These emotions are powerful. Use and channel them into that power funnel of your heart and let it pump through your veins. Let those emotions liberate you. Let it liberate you to take action in your life. Whatever it is you need to do, know this: it's possible. You can do it if you liberate your mind and take action. It's as simple as that. Change the way you think. The rest you'll figure out as you go along. Start fighting back. Take back your power. One step at a time. How do you start to move forward? You just get up and take that first step into the fight. Then take the next step and start rebuilding your life. Become the hero of your own movie. Write a new life script. This is your power. You have the power of a king inside you. All you have to do is pick up your sword and make things happen. Start believing again. The universe will guide you, but you need to step up into the light. You must embrace the spirit of your inner warrior. Take a look around. Look around you at your job or office. Look around you in the streets. Look around you wherever you go. See how many men are walking around cowering with their shoulders hanging? Those men have given up without a fight. They had a choice, just like you. They came to a fork in the road and they had to choose one. They chose to pack it all up and play it safe. They saw the fight coming and chose to hide. The question for you is simple, but the most important question of your life: what are you going to do? Are you going to run or turn around and confront yourself? Your choice. The alpha way. The topic of the alpha male is something that people talk about a lot online. Women refer to some men as alpha, and men try to define what alpha means to themselves. They ask questions like, what are the qualities of an alpha male? What makes a man an alpha male? Am I an alpha male? These are the questions that many men ask themselves and others. These are also the types of questions and arguments I see online. Of course, men have their own ideas of what an alpha male is. They adapt the definition of an alpha male to make sure they fall into that category. Before we go into what I think an alpha male is, I want to say a few general things about the concept of being an alpha male. The first thing is that most men are not born a total alpha. Some are born with more natural alpha qualities and others with less. But we all have the potential to develop those qualities, if we choose to do so. There's always a set of circumstances that allows for men to develop into alpha males. Men are born with many or very few alpha male qualities, but then the qualities either get developed or suppressed. A lot of this is about the conditioning you grow up with as a toddler and into your adulthood. If your foundation is solid as a child and as a young man, then you develop those qualities and potential even more as an adult. So the good news is that at any time, you can decide to drop your beta conditioning and develop your alpha qualities. Is it easy to drop your beta conditioning? No, it's not. It's hard. But with work, you can develop those qualities. Another part of being alpha that many people miss is that being alpha does not mean you're a good or virtuous man. Alphas can be good and virtuous, or they can be dark and evil, or any place in between on the spectrum. You get alphas that are men you look up to and admire, and then there are alphas that are total douchebag alphas, but you can't deny that these douchebags are alpha. But this book is not about the ethics or qualities of different types of alphas. The point is just to point out that alphas come in different forms, the same as beta males that come in different forms. Some betas are good men, and some are evil little men that will sucker punch you from behind. If you're trying to be alpha for negative reasons or bad intentions, then this book is not for you. This book is about adding value to the world, not taking from it. The alpha mindset. The key to being alpha is your mindset, the way you see the world. The alpha mindset is not your big muscles, your achievements, or level of success. Although these things are important, they are not the key. All your achievements come from the reality that you have an alpha mindset. You developed an alpha mindset first, and then you achieved the things you wanted. Betas also achieve things in life, but it's mostly not what they want. It's mostly what they think society wants them to do. So, what is at the heart of being an alpha? The alpha male is alpha because he lives by the rules of his own reality. He is the center of his own universe. He has a code he lives by. This code is one he created for himself. He doesn't get his code from the outside world. He always rises above the mainstream mediocrity in everything he does. He walks his own path. The saddest part of many men with alpha qualities and alpha potential is that they get pulled back into the matrix and get seduced by the feminine culture and get turned into nice, obedient little betas. Why does this happen? Well, we all have the beta potential within us. Of course, some are born with a lot of beta potential, and others develop that mindset through conditioning. And others, as mentioned above, have a lot of alpha potential and choose to develop those qualities. The modern Western culture has developed into a culture that is dominated by feminist and beta values. This makes it very tempting for men to get pulled back into beta mindsets. The way we were raised plays a major role in how this potential plays out in real life. Another major part is the mainstream culture and the feminist influence in education. In modern schools and universities, the alpha male qualities are seen as a threat and are discouraged, and what the mainstream sees as dangerous must be suppressed. So many young boys with alpha potential get molded into nice betas. Many men with some alpha qualities get lost when they get married or go into relationships. They give away their sovereignty and then are shocked when their relationship ends badly. They choose to compromise on their inner alpha. When it comes to relationships and dating, many men allow women to run their lives and dominate their relationships. Rising above the mediocre. So, most alpha qualities in us get stirred or activated with our good old friend, testosterone. Testosterone is seen by many in the modern world as the enemy, but without it, no progress in the world would have been possible. So to put it in simple terms, testosterone is like gas that gets poured over the alpha spark that's already present in you. This alpha spark then turns into a fire. It's this fire that allows men to rise above the mediocre and do extraordinary things. It allows alpha males to try things, develop, and explore. Things like starting a business that most think will never work, walking up to the most beautiful woman in the bar and starting a conversation, getting on a plane without telling anyone and fly off to a tropical island, investing money in companies everyone thinks is a bad idea, speaking up when no one else will, and taking the stand when nobody else will. The alpha will do things no other man will do because alphas do what they do. Alphas don't do what other people expect of them. The alpha doesn't look around to see what everybody else is doing. Everybody else looks around to see what the alpha is doing. He lives in his own world with his own rules. So you have to find a way to go back to your alpha roots and develop them. Find your sense of risk again. Go against what everyone expects of you. And, as corny as it sounds, follow your heart or intuition. Deep down in your soul, you know if you're going in the right direction. Follow that voice of your intuition. It's truth talking. Get your self-discipline back and start embracing personal development as a way of life. Start rebuilding the way you think about reality. Read books on a wide range of topics and start building your mindset back in the direction of alpha. Build your mental strength. Have the courage to walk alone. Wake up. Contrary to what you might have been told, life is not a romantic comedy Hollywood movie. In fact, it's more likely a horror movie. Life, in and by itself, is a horror movie. The idea that there was ever a time in history where men got born into a life that was easy is a myth. For many, life is a horror movie from the start. In the modern world, most think life is a romantic comedy movie. They think life will somehow work itself out if you just let things happen. But these people, in their little protected bubbles, get a rude awakening when they realize they are vulnerable and they're in big trouble. They then freak out and look for someone to blame. They look for a way to somehow become the victim. The victim card is an easy one and a very popular one these days. It's popular because if you're a victim, then you can point at someone else. If you're a victim, then your life is not your responsibility. A lie was sold to us in Hollywood with a rom-com script. In the movie, we live happily ever after without any resistance from life. But in reality, life has different ideas. Life demands that you recognize the rules of the universe or pay the price. If you choose to ignore the rules of the universe, then you wake up in a horror movie. If you don't accept the fact that things are not automatically supposed to work out, then you'll wake up in a living nightmare. A good life demands that you do the work. A great life demands a commitment to a mission of excellence. It demands that you make a choice. The universe makes it abundantly clear that we all have the same opportunity as other men. Your circumstances might be better or worse than others, but the opportunity remains the same. I've seen rich kids live the life of losers, and poor kids live the life of kings. The opportunity is still here for all of us, but the choice to use the opportunity is yours and yours alone. But the only thing that is equal is opportunity. Everything else is up to you. Guess what? Your brain did not evolve to make you happy. It evolved to help you survive in the ancient reality of our species. Happiness and success is your responsibility. Your brain just wants to survive. So success and happiness are up to you. And since you're reading this, I guess you want to be happy and successful. You want to suck all the juice out of life in the little time you have on this planet. So we have ancient brains. We have a modern world with loads of technology. We have ancient bodies that have to resist the elements, tests, and temptations. Both the brain and body have to be managed, aligned, and coordinated in order for you to stay on the path of your mission. The good news is that the wise men before us made some notes. Notes in the form of books. It's true when they say success leaves clues. The legends of the past wrote down that if we take certain actions, we will get certain results. In general, this is the law of cause and effect. If you follow this law, then you can use its power to bend reality to your will. Your willpower will be the difference between you and the millions of average men walking on this planet. My will is extremely strong. I feed it to keep it hungry. I want it to be sharp and hungry at all times. I want it hungry. Then it will go after the goals and objectives that I set for it. To keep your will hungry, remind yourself of the pain that waits for you if you don't take action. Remind your will of the horror movie that waits if you don't take action. So, cause and effect will guide you. And if you learn the principles of winning, you will be unstoppable. If your iron will is guided by self-discipline, you will be an unstoppable force. But to unleash these powerful forces, you need to commit. If you're a cornered animal right now, then good. If you feel like you've been punched in the mouth, then good. I get it. I've been there. I've been in the deepest mental holes that you can imagine. I'm not telling you to impress you. I'm telling you to let you know that I've been there. I know how bad things can get, but I also know it's possible to get out. But like I mentioned before, you have to commit. You have to choose to make a change. You have to decide to fight back against the forces of the universe. These forces are here to test us, to test the depths of our spirit, the depths of our hearts. It wants to see what you do when you're forgotten, when you're written off as a loser, when you're written off as someone that will never make it. This is the test. How do you react when all the odds are against you? Do you crawl into a corner and cry? Or do you slowly get to your feet and say, fuck this. This changes now. If you do, that life changes. Commit to building a life that you will love. Commit to creating a reality for yourself that is a dream, but a dream that you never want to leave. All you have to do is get up and make a choice. Chapter 2, Mind Transformation. Many self-development books motivate people and tell them to work in their minds, but don't give a lot of details. In this chapter, we're going to look deeper into the mind. We're going to look at how the mind works and why we do the things we do. If we don't master the mind, then it's going to be very hard for us to implement everything that's covered in this book. I want you to walk away from this book with a vision of how to change and improve your reality. So with that in mind, let's start looking at the mind and how it creates your reality. Motivations for actions. How do we do things in life? Why do we start taking some positive actions and then just stop? Why do we get some momentum, but before long, some mysterious force got us right back to where we started? The worst thing about this mysterious force is that it makes us self-sabotage our own success. We started building something, then we broke it all down again. To get to the answer, we need to ask some more questions, like the great philosopher Socrates. The first question is this: how do you see reality? How do you see the world? Or, to put it in a different way, what is your mental model? What's a mental model? Well, a mental model is a way you believe the world operates, or the way you think the world is. Most people never ask themselves this question. They, frankly, don't even know there is a concept like a mental model, and most people never explore their own minds. A big reason why most people never look at their own view of reality is that they think all people see the world in the same way. Your mental model is all the beliefs that you've built up since you were born. These beliefs were formed mostly by outside influences, everything from your parents, schools, universities, friends, media, your job, etc. Unfortunately, we live in a world where negativity plays a big role in most people's beliefs. Therefore, most people have a set of beliefs or mental models that hold them back. This mind model has convinced them that they can never reach their goals or reach their dreams. What's even sadder is that even the people that have at least built some momentum end right back where they started. Like I mentioned before, they start, and when they get a little momentum, a little voice pops up in their mind that says, "You're not good enough. You might as well quit now." Most of the people who haven't even considered taking action are also controlled by this force. They haven't even considered taking action because the little voice stopped them in their tracks before they even moved. But this is good news, because it exposes a very important truth. There's no ghost holding you back. It's something or someone else. You can walk to a mirror and see that person now. If you look in a mirror, it's you. You've created a story of yourself that holds you back. You've shackled yourself. You have a ball and chain around your ankle. In the previous chapter, I discussed the areas of life you need to change for you to get what you want in life. But for that to happen, you have to look at yourself critically and evaluate yourself. Who are you? What's your identity? Who do you believe you are? Have you ever dreamed about becoming someone great? Who is that person you dreamed about? What characteristics does that person have? The reason I ask is very important, and the reason is this. If you want to win in life, then you need to become the type of person that deserves to win. Now, usually when I tell people this, they come back with a defensive reply. They say something like, "I just want to be me," or "Why can't I just be myself?" If you decide to embrace the idea of becoming the type of person that deserves to win, it will expose other mysterious negative forces to you. The first is you will get massive resistance from some people in your environment that will try and stop you, so expect it to happen. Remember, we live in a world where most people have a fixed mindset. They believe they got the hand of cards that they got, and that's it, game over. In other words, they have some toxic idea pathogens in their minds. The worst of these idea pathogens are the victim pathogens. The victim pathogen is widespread in society. And if you come from a victim culture and want to break free, then you will be tested. They'll try and stop you. So, this brings us back to the concept of the mind model. I mentioned earlier that the mental model is a set of beliefs about yourself and the world you live in. But it's even more complex than that. These beliefs are a range of toxic ideas that hold you back. They are a combination of stories and judgments that have been uploaded into your mind from various toxic sources. These sources manage to create a character for you. This is the character that you like to refer to as just being myself. This character has taken control of who you are. You're not in control. The character that you created is in charge, and guess what? It will stay in charge until you take it out. So now many are probably saying, but John, you're talking about some character, and I'm not even sure what you're talking about. And besides, what am I supposed to do about it? Well, answer's simple. You created this character, and you have the power to destroy it. The only way this is going to work is if you want it to work. But if you're only going to take half measures and not commit, then good luck with changing your life, because guess what? That character that's currently in charge will not leave easily. He loves power and loves controlling you. And if you still feel confused about who I'm talking about, then think back over your life. Have you never had this feeling that there are two parts of you? There's the good part of your mind, and then there's this other part. It seems to always mess with you when you want to do something positive or make some change. It almost feels like you have two parts to your brain. We all have that, but unfortunately for most humans, that second part is the one in control. He makes the rules, and you're just going along for the ride. So if you want to change, then you must make a stand. But to make things worse is the fact that you've learned over many years to trust that character and believe his fears and lies. You started to get seduced by his shortcuts and easy ways out of any difficult situation. You got used to always taking the middle ground when things get hard. You got used to your character telling you to keep your mouth shut and forget about changing your life because this is as good as it gets for you. It's like Stockholm syndrome for your mind. You start getting attached to the hostage taker. And that is exactly what's going on in most people's lives. They've been taken hostage by a weak character that they created. We'll always have a character, but the problem is, for most, the character in their lives is a weak coward that doesn't believe that he can transform his life and live his dreams. So ask yourself this. What if you created a new character? A character that you put together piece by piece. Not some play-it-safe loser, but a strong, confident, bold, and courageous character that gets things done. Someone that loves winning and loves success. I talked earlier about growth and fixed mindsets, and I say it again. You firstly have to believe that this is possible, and only then can we start doing the work. In my previous book, Self-Discipline, I talked about the idea that you have to become the hero of your own movie. This is an idea that Joe Rogan discussed in one of his podcasts. He basically suggests that if your life sucks right now, then imagine what your hero character would do if his back was against the wall. How would he handle the situation? And that's exactly what you should do. Remember who you are now is a result of cause and effect. It's all on you. You unconsciously created the person you are right now. And the only thing I'm doing is to remind you that you can change it. Take a look at very simple examples of cause and effect. Eat junk food every day equals fat, sick, depressed. Think about what a loser you are every day equals become a loser character. Watch depressing TV and listening to depressing music every day equals become depressed. Listen to your friends making jokes about you every day for years equals become a joke. It's all a process that over years formed your character, or, like most people, like to refer to it as being myself. Your current mental model or character will not leave easily, so you'll have to kick it out. And even if you do kick it out, it'll sometimes return and try to take over again. It's the same with everything else in life. Stop lifting weights and working out, and you will become fat and unhealthy again. So this process is something that takes a lot of work to implement. But once it has a solid foundation, it then becomes a lot easier to maintain. But the bottom line is, you can't run from cause and effect. It's always present. So success is not just going to come and knock on your door. You have to be the type of person that deserves all the success in the world. Building a character. Something I heard a lot when I first started changing my life was, just be yourself. In my life, this was the most common thing I used to hear when I was trying to change my life for the better. When I was taking no action to become better in life, my friends were nowhere. But as soon as I started moving in a better direction, they came running with the famous, just be yourself. The mainstream idea of just being yourself is a very bad idea. Right now, you're not really yourself. You've been molded and conditioned by society, your parents, school, TV, movies, and universities. They've molded and sculpted your brain into a sheep vehicle. You're not really being yourself. Let's examine some classic examples of where just be yourself is used. These situations are so common and so full of BS that you'll recognize them all. 1. You start reading some books and articles about how to become better with social dynamics. You learn about the psychology of women and get some tips from so-called pickup artists. People start to notice your social life has improved and you're dating more. Suddenly, the thought police appear and start asking questions. They start telling you how dangerous these pickup artists are and why it's not right to manipulate women. Then they drop the line, just be yourself. 2. You decide you want to get fit and in shape, so you decide to join the gym. The first thing you do is clean up your lifestyle and start drinking less to align with the gym program. Suddenly, your friends start calling and ask why you're not going out with them every Friday. They ask you why you decided to become a health nut. They say, stop trying to be someone else. Just be yourself. 3. You decide to start an online business. You do some planning to stay with your job, but work on your new business after work and in your free time. You set a goal for yourself to quit your job a year after starting your business and move to Vietnam to pursue your new business full-time. Vietnam's a good choice because of the low cost of living and lifestyle. You're excited about your new life goals and start executing. You call some of your friends and tell them about your plan. You thought your friends would be excited, but you were wrong. What you get from them is, just be yourself, and that'll never work. Reject just being yourself. I'm here to tell you to never just be yourself. We live in a world where mediocrity is celebrated. Mediocrity is not just celebrated, it's encouraged. Why would I just be myself? If I listened to their advice, I'd still be doing a shitty job working in a dead-end job. The moment I made the decision to not just be myself was when my life started to improve. You see, moment by moment, I'm trying to get better. I don't want to just be myself. I want to be better. I want to build my life into something incredible. And that is never going to happen if I'm just being myself. The truth is that if you keep on giving 150%, explore new ideas, and move out of your comfort zone, you start getting closer to the real you. If you keep improving, you might get a glimpse of the real you. The real you is hiding under all the excuses and stories you hide behind. The real you is hidden behind the stories you tell yourself. The real you is hidden behind the personality that was molded for you by the external influences in the world you live in. When you start working to reach your full potential, you start chipping away at the lies in your life, and you become someone worth becoming. I can guarantee you one thing. If you listen to just be yourself, then nothing will change in your life. Your life will not improve. In fact, things will get worse. Imagine just being yourself if you're fat, overweight, and unhealthy. What'll happen? You'll probably get some kind of weird disease. Imagine just being yourself if you're in a bad financial position and just staying afloat with credit cards and borrowing money to survive. Imagine being stuck in a mental prison where you meet no women and can't get a date. Just being yourself is not going to get you to the point where you actually have a dating life. If you just keep on being yourself, you will live a lonely and miserable life. Imagine having low self-confidence in life and being shy and afraid of what other people think. If your life is bad, but the people around you tell you to just be yourself, then we have a problem. You'll probably end up taking antidepressants for the rest of your life and stay in the just being yourself situation. The bottom line is this. You have to reject just being yourself. If you choose to just be yourself, you will be stuck and be lost. It also means you should stop reading this book, because executing on the ideas in this book means rejecting the static state of just being yourself. Unlocking your mindset. Never just be yourself. Get the resources and tools you need. Then start to create the most awesome life that you can imagine. Most people never make a change in life. They don't make a change because they don't think it's possible. They think life is the way it is. They think it's just the cards they got. They think the game of life is not working for them. This is the mindset of most people. It's a mental block. People get stuck in their reality and think they have to accept it and just be themselves. They think they just have to keep their heads down, fit in, and don't make too much noise. In other words, they think they should just settle. Many men walk through life grateful for a roof over their heads, a job, a house, and a TV. They think that they did the best they could. They think this way because they're just being themselves, and they're convinced that they cannot change. They think God, their genetics, circumstances, or destiny gave them the life they got, and they should be grateful for it. They think they can't change under any circumstances. They think they can't drastically improve their finances, relationships, physical or spiritual lives. They have a mindset that is fixed. I always believed that change was possible. And yes, I did go through a time in my life that was so bad that I forgot that I could change. But I went through that and found my way back to the light. However, the first time I heard the terms fixed and growth mindsets were when I read the book Mindset by Carol Dweck. In the book, she talks about the two main types of mindsets people fall into. One is the fixed mindset, the mindset where people believe their reality is fixed and cannot, under any circumstances, be changed. The second mindset is the growth mindset. The growth mindset is something that I always believed was a reality, although I never had a name for it. People with a growth mindset believe that every person has a lot of potential to grow in all areas of life. They believe that with determination, focus, and hard work, you can improve and transform your life. They believe you don't have to stay static. You can choose to become dynamic. People with growth mindsets are optimists. These people usually create things that people thought were impossible. The problem in the world we live in is that people have lost faith in themselves. They don't believe change is possible. They've stopped dreaming and have rejected that superpower they have, their imagination. I reject this type of fixed thinking and living. We're on this planet to grow. All the great men through history have chosen to push above and beyond their own limitations. They rejected what the world thought was possible, and they rejected just being themselves. This weak, just be yourself mindset must be rejected. The fixed mindset, for me, is the people that have given up. And many of them are just not prepared to do the work. They're not prepared to do whatever it takes. So they tell themselves a story. The story is that they are who they are, and it's not their fault. They see themselves as victims. They have made a choice to stop dreaming. I see the fixed mindset as a scary place. In that world, I have no power. In that world, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. In that world, I stopped fighting. In that world, I'm a coward that has decided to lie down. I cannot accept that world. I reject it and choose to move towards the light. I choose to believe that growth is possible. I believe if I focus and take full responsibility for my actions, that anything is possible. It was Henry Ford who said, "Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right." I agree with him. You have to start believing great things are possible. If you don't think it's possible, then it's over before you start. The worst part of this fixed mindset is that it doesn't just set up individuals for failure and limited lives. It also sets up children for failure. If their parents have a fixed mindset, they will also have a fixed mindset. Relationships also suffer from the fixed mindset. When your wife or girlfriend has a fixed mindset, you might start internalizing her worldview. In your workplace, your boss might have a fixed mindset. This could hold you back because they don't believe great things are possible for you. You have to break free of this mental prison. You need to believe that you can grow. Start dreaming again. Start believing. This is the first step in creating a life that you want. The first step in building an alpha mind. Mind program. Most people run programs in their minds. It's impossible to cut off all external stimuli. All people are getting influenced by their environment. The only exceptions might be enlightened Buddhist monks who live in the mountains, but even they have a hard time getting rid of everything. We all run programs, but you do have a choice. You can consciously choose the program you run in your mind, or you can choose to just get unconsciously influenced by everything that comes in through your senses. There's no perfect program, but we can build a pretty solid structure in our minds that will keep us moving in the right direction. We need to build this structure in our minds so that we can go through this ocean of life, mostly moving in the right direction. Why do we need control? We need control so that we can keep getting better and keep improving. Like I said before, most people are unconsciously programmed. They just unconsciously move down the stream of life and end in a bad place without knowing how they got there. We think the places we end up in life is our conscious choice, but if you look closely, that is not the case. Most of us get influenced unconsciously by the following. Advertising. Everywhere you look, you'll see some kind of branding or advertising that's trying to get your attention. I remember once driving through a desert in the Middle East and seeing a soft drink advertisement in the middle of nowhere. It's very difficult not to get influenced in some way. This planet has an economic system, and people need your attention to make more money. All the companies in the world are looking for a little piece of real estate in your mind. TV and movies. TV shows have their own agenda. This all depends on the writers and the type of show they're making. For example, if the producer is a feminist, then it's almost certain there will be some kind of propaganda advocating that lifestyle and the views that go with it. News and newspapers. Most mainstream news is fake news. Journalism is dead. There was a time in history where journalists still had ethics and a certain pride to report the truth. Those days are gone. Now, you'll hear half-truths at best, mixed with an unhealthy mix of fear to fit into a certain narrative or agenda. Internet. The internet as a whole is transforming the way we as humans see the world. Search engines specifically have the power to steer our perception of reality in a certain direction. The internet's a great tool, but if you use it wrong, you can be influenced in a way you didn't expect. Social media. Social media, in all shapes and forms, is the new dopamine playground. It's on social media that we get our need for validation and a way to stimulate our limbic system. Social media gives us our dopamine fix, and we hope for more. Social media platforms are meeting a need very deep in human psychology. A long time ago, humans lived in small villages and towns. We lived in small groups. We knew everything about one another. We could also share and debate with the whole tribe. Social media locks on to that ancient part of who we are. With these platforms, you can talk to a global village. So, ironically, people feel like their problems are getting more, not less. People will like and share your ideas. It's your own big tribe or village. The only difference is that this village is on steroids. It's millions of people. Our brains didn't evolve to deal with all those emotions on that scale. The algorithms on these platforms are programmed so that you get the right cocktail of fear, anger, and sadness for the day. Since social media made its appearance, depression numbers have gone through the roof. The influence of these platforms on the human mind is massive and not yet fully understood. Friends. You may have a lot of friends, a few close friends, or not many friends, but one thing is sure: the people you spend most of your time with will have an influence on your mind. If you surround yourself with people who don't want you to succeed, then you will struggle to change your current reality. This is not always easy to manage, but it's important to be aware of this. If someone is clearly trying to bring you down, then it might be the time to end that friendship. Parents. Your parents and family have a big influence on the way you see the world. They were the ones who were responsible for your formative years. They planted a lot of the seeds in your mind that influence the way you are as a person today. And if you still are spending a lot of time with your parents, they will probably still have an influence on you. If your relationship with your parents is great, then congratulations. On the other hand, if your parents are limiting your growth and are a limiting influence, then it might be a good idea to manage your time with them. For example, spend time with them when they're in a good mood. I get it. We have a lot to be grateful for from our parents. I know I do. But our parents also suffered the same kind of influences we did, and they unconsciously transferred a lot of fears onto us. So they mostly have good intentions. But if something your parents told you doesn't serve you, then it might be time to let go of some beliefs your parents have about you that don't serve you. Books. The books that were given to you, or the books that you chose to read, will have a big influence on you now and into the future. Books have massive potential power to change the way you live your life. I can imagine how my life would have looked without books. Books changed my life for the better, but books can also have the opposite effect if you're reading terrible books. So choose wisely and read books that empower you. Women. Women have a big influence on men. This is no secret. But for some men, it's almost like they have no power to resist the power that women have over them. Scientists are even of the opinion that most wars of primitive societies in history started because of females. Men will allow or not allow women to influence them, depending on the mindset of the man. Some men allow women to destroy their lives, while some men enjoy the companionship of high-value women that empower them. The influence of women can be good or bad. It could get so bad that countries go to war. Remember the movie Troy? So choose wisely. Where you live. The country, city, and neighborhood you live in influences you. The environment you spend most of your time in will influence the way you feel every day. That will influence everything you do in terms of how you see the world and enjoy your life. Food you eat. The food you eat plays a big role in the way you feel and experience reality. There is a big connection between your gut and your mind. Scientists are only now beginning to understand how big and important that connection is. In fact, your brain uses the same amount of energy as the rest of your body, so it needs a lot of energy to do all the tasks needed. What you eat, you become. That's true on more than one level. Your food is the building blocks of your body. Your organs filter and break down your food and pump it into your blood and rebuild your body as time goes on. The regulation of your hormones all depends on the quality of the food you eat. And it doesn't just influence the way you look. It influences the way you think and feel. The importance of this can't be overstated. Exercise. Studies have shown that human happiness is directly influenced by our level of physical exercise. Human bodies are designed to move, and when we stop exercising, all kinds of problems start developing. Things like depression and other diseases start becoming more common. The hormones released during exercise play a big role in the level of happiness we have every day of our lives. School and university. Unfortunately, a lot of modern schools and universities became more like brainwashing centers. Unfortunately, many of these institutions are not places of learning anymore. Most people get pointless degrees that have no value. It's a sad state of modern education, but it is what it is. So, those are the influences. But how are we going to consciously program our own minds? We'll look at that in the next chapter. Chapter 3. How to develop your mind. If you really want to escape the things that harass you, what you're needing is not to be in a different place, but to be a different person. Seneca. Whatever your reason is for reading this book, there is one thing all have in common. You're looking for something. Mostly that something is a change or improvement in your life. The reality is that change always starts in the mind. And when you consciously take control and develop your mind, you will transform your life. That's just simple cause and effect at play. Consciously work on your mind and you'll change the quality of your life. But before we start, remember this. All the areas of our lives are connected. You change one thing in one area, and it will influence all other areas of your life. For example, you start eating healthy and exercising. That will influence your mood and energy, and that will go on to influence your productivity, health, and sex life. One big change in your lifestyle has a butterfly effect on the rest of your life, so keep this in mind as you read this book. Intelligent actions have powerful effects that don't just affect one area of life. Smart actions have a holistic power. So, with that in mind, let's get started. The world is what you think it is. The world is what you think it is. You are the center of your own universe. You give meaning to your world. We walk through the world with a specific attitude. That attitude will decide what kind of experience you'll have in the world. If you experience the world thinking that everyone around you is out to get you, or judging you, and disrespects you, then guess what? That is exactly what you will get. Your mind is a mirror. Your dominant thoughts will be reflected back at you from the universe we live in. As you think, you become. Therefore, if you walk around thinking you're loved, respected, and admired, then guess what? The world will start seeing you like that. This new alpha mindset will take time to build because you have an old, entrenched mindset that you build over many years. So that will take time to change, but it can be done. The key is to believe that it is possible. If you know your mind is a mess, but believe it's possible to change, then you're going in the right direction. If you don't believe it's possible, then it will be very hard to transform. So you have to start believing it's possible right now. Energy flows where attention goes. Energy flows where your attention goes. This idea is a very simple but powerful idea. People have the tendency to obsess about the past or things that could happen in the future. They spend a lot of their time thinking about these things. They don't just think about these things, they tell the people in their lives about these things. What you consistently focus on will dominate your reality. Therefore, if you focus on the negative, then you will have a mostly negative experience. For example, you had a bad breakup, and all you think about is how badly you miss her and all the negative experiences in that past relationship. In sales, the following happens. Someone will make a sales call and have a bad experience and then give up because he just focused on that one painful phone call. So be conscious of what you were consistently focusing on. Live in the moment. It's helpful to sometimes look into the future or past to plan or learn lessons from mistakes, but don't stay there. Don't live in the past. The power you have as a human is to embrace the present moment, and usually the fastest way to make that happen is to embrace new experiences. Static energy is things that are in the past. Dynamic energy is in the present moment. That is what's happening right now in this moment. You can choose right now in this moment to make a change in your life, or you can choose to embrace the past and stay where you are. Step out of those static energy fields and embrace the moment. Then make things happen. You'll die one day, but don't crawl there on your knees. Stand up and face the moment. Stop looking for ways to distract yourself. Play the game of life by confronting the moment. The moment is when we stop thinking and start doing. It's when we push fear to the back of our minds and step into the moment. Embrace your personal power. Most people in the world wait for someone to come and save them. They think they just want to be themselves. They think the only reason they haven't gotten their fair share in life is because of the outside world. They look at the world outside them and look for someone to blame for the bad things in their lives. It's always some outside event, individual, or group that made them suffer. They don't realize that the thing they're looking for is inside them. The power they want is inside them. It's in their minds. Our minds have the power to transform our reality. All we have to do is to take extreme ownership of our lives. We have the tools to help us get there. We have the resources to help us get there. But it's up to us to step up and take responsibility. We need to feed the mind with the right information. Then, with hard work, we can create whatever we want in life. Truth is measured by effectiveness. If you start embracing personal development as your responsibility, then you've taken a big positive step. However, in your evolution, you'll find an overload of information. Some things will work for you and others won't. Some things will work for others, and when you try it, things won't work out. This doesn't mean everything is a scam. Sure, some personal development books or coaches are empty shells, but you'll find that in any field of study. It's your responsibility to not generalize. Rather, do some research and take what works for you. Then, let the rest go. But be careful to just say something doesn't work just because it's hard. Some ideas take work and time to implement. Nothing in life with real value comes easy or without risk. That doesn't exist. So find a healthy balance between being able to identify when some things don't work and your own laziness or resistance to change. So have an open mind, but throw out the junk and keep what works. Win the battle in your mind first. In life, we find ourselves trying to reach goals or turn dreams into reality. Sometimes we do all the preparation we can. For example, you want to run a marathon and you change your diet and you do all the running in preparation for the marathon. But even after all this preparation, the race turns into a nightmare or you struggle to finish. Another example could be a big presentation you need to do for work or your business. You practice your speech and memorize the words, but still, you find yourself too nervous, so you struggle through it. An example from dating is you might be thinking about asking a girl out that you saw in the gym. So you finally build up the courage to ask her out. Then when you do it, you find yourself messing it up so badly that she gets uncomfortable and leaves. In jiu-jitsu, you might be training to get your blue belt. Finally, that big test comes up and you're so nervous that you screw it up, so you have to retake the test. Why do we fail in these situations? Even with all the real-world preparation, failures still happen. The big part that many people miss is this: victories are won in the mind first. Before you enter the arena, you've already won or lost that battle in the mind. Yes, planning and physical preparation are important, but you as an individual need to experience the win in your mind before the battle. Victorious warriors win first and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. Sun Tzu. We need to get rid of the weeds that grow in the mind. Thoughts that don't serve us have to go. We need to access the full spectrum of our minds. Most of us just move in the shallow water. We don't make the effort to go deep. In some Asian philosophies, they refer to the mind as a wild horse, and this wild horse needs to be tamed. They also refer to the mind as a garden, and this garden sometimes gets overgrown by weeds. Whatever way you see the nature of your own mind, you need to manage your own mind. We need to tame the wild horse or pull out the weeds in our garden. We clear our minds by becoming conscious of our thoughts. We consciously look at the influences that might be poisoning our minds or influences that cause weeds to grow in our minds, things like social media, news, fake friends, etc. We then decide to remove or limit those influences. Then we maintain it with a daily practice of meditation. If you don't like meditation, try out yoga. You can do a quick meditation session every morning and do a yoga session 3 times a week. Then we plant powerful ideas in our minds. We use visualization to plant new seeds in our minds. These ideas must grow roots, and if we do the work, the roots will grow into a tree. We start reading books that empower us. We surround ourselves with positive people. Then we start doing weekly visualization sessions. So for 30 minutes, we lie down in a dark room or any place comfortable, put on some instrumental music with no words, find inspiring or relaxing music, then start seeing yourself doing the thing you want to achieve. Use all of your senses. For example, if you're a pro golfer, see yourself striking the ball in tournaments in perfect ways. Hear the people cheering for your perfect shots. See yourself easily getting out of difficult situations. Another example could be if you want to ask a woman out on a date. See yourself confidently walk up to a beautiful woman and talk to her. Feel how relaxed and confident you are. Hear yourself speaking confidently. See your good body language. See the woman responding positively. Another example could be climbing Mount Everest. See yourself enjoying the pain and the cold weather on your face, and smile when you smell the cold air. See how you easily conquer the mountain step by step and overcome challenges. Then, see yourself celebrating on the top of Everest. There's a famous story about Michael Phelps that I talk about in my book, Self-Discipline. Michael Phelps was a famous Olympic swimming champion. In the book, I tell the story about how he used visualization for years to see himself winning over and over again in his mind. The point of these stories is this: win in your mind first. Of course, do the physical preparation first. There's no way around that. But you need to get your mind on the same page for the challenge that awaits you. Many times, the guy who is mentally stronger will win, even if the opponent is slightly physically stronger. This doesn't mean that physical strength does not matter, but it means that the power of the mind usually makes the difference in very competitive environments. If you can master your mind, you can overcome and defy the odds. For many people, starting a visualization practice will be a challenge. This is ironic because most people worry about things every day, meaning they already use their imagination, but just in a negative way. What is stress or worry? It's the process of imagining bad things happening. But what happens if you use the power of your imagination for your own benefit? Start using your imagination to create the outcomes you want, instead of using it against yourself. But like I said, this will be a hard process for many when you start this process. But don't just give up. Keep working on it until it gets easier. Just try again and again until you start getting better and better. If you struggle, then change up the music until you make it work. Motivational music is a helpful tool for getting the mind into a creative state. Find music that works for you. Start experimenting with the creative power that is your mind. From now on, start winning the battle in your mind first. The importance of your identity. Ask yourself the following question. Who do you really see yourself as? For a long time, I didn't understand this part of psychology. This is the key part of creating personal freedom and building power. For a long time, I missed it. I didn't get it. I didn't realize that this was the key to my personal power. When I unlocked this part of my mind, everything changed. Everything started working for me. I started doing things that I previously thought were impossible. I started a business and made more money than I ever thought possible. I started to have success with women and dating like I never thought was possible. I took my health and fitness to the next level. I started to really enjoy my life. It all came down to the story I was telling myself about who I am. It all came back to my identity. The identity challenge. In my early 20s, I had a lot of struggles to overcome my own self-deception and other life problems. It was like a ghost was holding me back. I was trying to change, but something was pulling me back. I couldn't get any momentum. And if I did get the momentum, I'd mess it up and slide back to where I started. For example, I would try to stop smoking. I'd try nicotine patches or just smoke less. I would do things like go cold turkey and stop for a week and even make it up to a month without smoking. But then I would somehow just slide back. I'd tell other people identity statements like, I'm a smoker, so it's not easy to stop. Another example was dating and relationships. I was really bad with starting conversations with women. Sometimes I'd get the courage and start a conversation with a woman, but the more attractive she was, the more excuses I created to get out of the situation. I would create reasons to avoid talking to women I found very attractive. I avoided it because I didn't think I was the type of guy that could just walk up to an attractive woman and start talking. I told my friends I was just being myself and that talking to strangers was not me. I'd tell myself and others, I'm not the type of guy who just talks to beautiful women. Another example was my fitness and health. I was eating unhealthy food and not doing any form of physical exercise. I was the kind of guy that would go to bars a lot. I would drink a lot, smoke, and eat junk food consistently. So exercising was just not something I did. It wasn't part of my identity. I'd tell people, I'm not a gym person. The big connection. Do you see the self-deception in these three examples? Do you see the connection? I had a story I was telling the world and myself about who I was. I had an identity that I was attached to. I was just being myself by not exercising, eating junk, and getting drunk. I was just being myself by not taking action with the things I wanted to do. Things like talking to a woman or starting a business. I was so attached to this identity or character that I felt threatened if any part of it was questioned. So, for example, if someone said, "You need to start working out," I'd get very defensive. I'd tell myself and others, "I'm just being myself." Not under any circumstances could I let it go of this identity because it was me. We all have an identity we unconsciously create, and this one was mine. An identity that limits and suppresses you is dangerous. It'll get possessive and pull you back if you try and leave it. We all act in a way that is consistent with our identities. The sad thing is that a lot of people around you will pull you back into that identity if you try and make some changes. When I finally decided I had enough and started to change, I saw it firsthand. The friends who said nothing when I was a loser suddenly became worried. They became worried when I didn't show up to parties every weekend. They had funny things to say when I stopped smoking. When I said no to alcohol, they asked, "What's wrong?" They made cute remarks when someone saw me at the gym. When I started on this road of personal development, these things got to me because I was still mentally weak and pathetic. But I was in the process of waking up. I realized my identity was also a tool the people in my life were using to make themselves feel comfortable. When I started to change myself, these friends started to get nervous because in their identities, they saw me in a specific way. And when I changed, that messed with their realities. Suddenly, they were concerned about me. The truth is they didn't care. They just felt a lot better about themselves when I was a loser. But when I let go of my old identity, I freed myself, and that pissed off a lot of people around me. I broke the shackles of my mind. That happened years ago, but that person is gone. I kicked that identity or character out of my mind. Yes, that guy I kicked out still lurks in the shadows when I feel weak and tired. He'll encourage me to stop working on my mission, but he's not in control anymore. He's an unwelcome visitor that I kick out whenever he shows up. When you start this process, you'll have to be conscious of this bad character trying to move back in. Don't let it. Kick it out. I realized a very important lesson in life. The way you see yourself is everything. How you see yourself is a software program for living life. See yourself as a fat loser? Then you'll act like one. See yourself as a stupid person? Then you'll act like one. See yourself as a lifelong smoker? Then you'll act like one. See yourself as a party person? Then you will act like one. See yourself as not being a fitness person? Then you'll act like one. See yourself as not being a man that's good with dating and relationships? Then you will act like one. See yourself as someone that's poor and bad with money? Then you'll act like one. People act consistently with the story they tell themselves. This story is a fictional story that you created and turned into reality. And unfortunately, this character you created is messed up and weak. This story's not empowering you. It's holding you back and limiting you. Burn the old script and build a new identity. I don't sell magic pills. I only share what works. I share things that work for me and have worked for many other people. If you want a quick fix or magic pill with no work, then stop reading now. You won't find it in this book. Changing your identity or character is possible. However, it's not a quick fix. It's a process. It's something that will take time and consistent work. You can start changing right now and make big changes. However, your brain is ancient, powerful, and has specific defensive weapons that will try and cling to your old identity because it keeps you safe. So making the change will be a challenge. But the biggest challenge is fighting your old brain that is trying to keep you safe. Remember, your brain did not evolve to be happy. It evolved to survive and keep you safe. Being happy is your job. The ancient part of your brain is millions of years old. It comes from a time where your survival was the only priority. Being happy meant nothing. It just wanted to survive and be protected from dangerous animals and natural disasters. That ancient part of your brain only wants you to survive, be comfortable, and have babies. The newer parts of your brain, like the logical thinking part, get switched off when it perceives something dangerous or any form of discomfort. So changing your identity is a significant threat to this older part of the brain. It will try and take you back to the safe time in your life. So when you feel this resistance, know where it's coming from, and then get back to the business of forming your new identity. Buddha said that we make the world with our thoughts, and he was absolutely spot on. The new identity. So, you decided to kick out your old identity and build a new one that you consciously created, one that empowers you. Choosing to build a new identity is a big and important opportunity for you to take back your power. It's your opportunity to transform and show the world who you really are. Let's simplify this process. Whoever it is you want to be or become, you need to start believing that you are already that person, and more importantly, you need to start acting like it. So let's do the opposite of what we did earlier in this chapter. Do you think you are a non-smoker? Then be a non-smoker. Do you think you're a person who enjoys weightlifting and fitness? Then lift weights. Do you think you're a person who talks to women easily? Then be a man that talks to any woman. Do you think you're an entrepreneur? Start acting like an entrepreneur. Do you think you're an attractive person? Then be attractive. Do you think you're a confident and powerful person? Then be a confident and powerful man. Sure, you might find it strange in the beginning to feel confident in your actions, but do it anyway. It gets easier. You must act like you're something until you become it. It's like when you use bicycle training wheels. You ride your bike with those training wheels until you ride without them. All that we are is the result of what we've thought. The mind is everything. What we think, we become. Buddha. The reality in practice. This process will take work to convince yourself to consistently start believing your new identity. You will have moments of doubt, and change might be slow. This is normal. Just keep working at it. And like I said, remember, this is no magic pill. Like anything of value, it's a process to create. The two things you can do right now to start the process of building your new identity or character. 1, write down who it is who you want to become. Go get a notebook or piece of paper and write it down. Write it as it has already happened. For example, I am a confident, powerful, and intelligent man. I'm fit, healthy, and flexible. I go to the gym 6 days a week. I do martial arts 3 times a week. I read many books. I'm a fast learner. I have a successful online business and make $30,000 a month. I have a high level of emotional and social intelligence. I talk to women confidently and always have a good time. So this is a simple example, but you get the idea. It's a script that you feed the mind. It's basically a script for your subconscious mind to start implementing in your life. This script could be a few pages long, or it could be a few paragraphs. Your choice. Just write down who it is that you want to become as if it already happened. This is a new identity or character that you consciously create by feeding your mind this story every day until it becomes who you are. It's like new software for your brain. It might sound like a weird process, but it works. You've been doing this for years unconsciously, feeding your mind with anything. Unfortunately, you've been feeding your mind with ideas and beliefs that were limiting you. Now, you're consciously choosing to feed your unconscious mind with powerful ideas that serve you. Consistency in this process is key. You need to read this script to yourself every morning when you get up or every evening before bed. What I like to do every year is refine my script. You can also record the script on your phone. This way, You can listen to it whenever and wherever you want. I listen to it before bed, when I'm driving, or when I go for a run. By consistently working on my own mind, I get better and better. Your subconscious mind is like a sponge. It will suck up everything you consistently feed it. People get influenced unconsciously every day, but you're now consciously and consistently influencing yourself with a powerful new script that you created. 2. Action will build confidence. This doesn't mean that if you just think something and say something, it will magically happen. You need to back up your new character or identity with consistent action. Changing your identity could be the most powerful thing you ever do in your life. Most people quit this process, but most people will never even try. You are obviously someone that wants to improve, or you won't be reading these words. But for you to get a new life and a new identity, you have to take action. This is not magic. This is us using our minds and bodies in combination to change the world we live in. So take action every day and go after what you want. Mental masters. It's the repetition of affirmations that leads to belief. And once that belief becomes a deep conviction, things begin to happen. Muhammad Ali. Some people love to hate Conor McGregor, but one thing's for certain. Conor McGregor changed the world of mixed martial arts. Are there martial artists with similar or better skills than Conor McGregor? Maybe there are. But what were those fighters' impact on the sport of MMA and the world? If you look at him in terms of impact on the sport, then nobody comes close to McGregor. McGregor will be remembered in terms of charisma, spirit, and mindset. In terms of mind games, he's very similar to the way Muhammad Ali was. Both McGregor and Ali knew how to get into an opponent's mind. But there's a big difference between McGregor and most other MMA fighters who are considered to have big mouths. Conor McGregor almost always backs up his words with action. This is the reason why the world pays attention when he speaks. This almost mystical ability led to the nickname Mystic Mac. But what key lessons can we learn from one of the greatest champions in the history of MMA? You must develop the belief that you are unbeatable. My success isn't the result of arrogance, it's the result of belief. Conor McGregor. If you start to believe you are unbeatable, you will be. If you have done any work on your mind, then you'll know that visualization and affirmations work. McGregor is a living example of these practices. He uses and talks about these practices in public and then goes out and shows the world the power of these mental techniques. A lot of self-help advice is empty because it's just talking, and that's the problem. You need to back up your words with hard work. This is what McGregor has shown the world. He has proven that if you have a vision, use affirmations, and back it up with hard work and a focused mind, then anything is possible. There is no external enemy or opponent. Life is about improving and getting better. Conor McGregor. McGregor believes that your biggest enemy is the opponent you look at in the mirror. Muhammad Ali had the same idea. Your biggest opponent is the guy staring at you in the mirror. If you can overcome him, then doors will open for you. If you master yourself, you become unstoppable. Most men don't want to believe this reality. Sometimes we refuse to accept the fact that most of our problems are problems that we created. Self-mastery means you mastered your fears and have taken control of your subconscious mind by consciously taking control over your conscious mind. You must prepare in terms of your opponent, but the biggest focus must be yourself. If you can do this, you will win. Being your own biggest fan. I believe in myself so much that nothing is going to stop me. Conor McGregor. You become your own biggest fan. There is no bigger fan of Conor McGregor than Conor McGregor. He figured out that you must love yourself first, because if you don't love yourself, then how will others love you? You must become your own biggest supporter. When you face the biggest challenges in your life, you must always be able to depend on your number one fan, you. Start talking to yourself like a best friend. Encourage yourself. If you screw up, have some hard, strict, but positive words for yourself. Unfortunately, most men talk to themselves like an enemy. They attack themselves. They can't figure out why they don't have more confidence. Next time you make a mistake, don't attack yourself. Be hard and strict, but don't attack yourself. Then encourage yourself to get better. Because if you don't encourage yourself, then who will? Start loving yourself. Give yourself a pat on the back. Because if you won't, then who will? Negativity. Imagine for a moment that someone puts a listening device in your mind. They would be able to hear everything you think and say. The listeners would probably be surprised at the way you talk to yourself. We all talk to ourselves. We all have an inner dialogue. We sometimes do this consciously, but most of the time, unconsciously. Most of the time, we don't even notice we're doing it. We allow this stream of negativity in our minds. Bad self-talk is a habit. The good guy and the bad guy. We all have two parts in us. Let's call it the good guy and the bad guy. The good guy usually gets kicked out, and the out-of-control bad guy is the one that runs the show. He's the one that's constantly telling you that you're a piece of shit, reminding you that you're not good enough. The power of this voice varies. For some, it's a light voice that sometimes appears, but for many, it's the dominant voice. That voice of the bad guy always comes at them hard. It comes hard when something isn't going according to the insane standards that this bad guy lives by. And it doesn't just remind you of the mistakes you're currently making. Oh no, that'd be too easy. It always goes back in time. It goes back into your history, riding you until you give up. Reminding you of that time you messed up in an important exam. Reminding you of that time when you had a bad breakup with your girlfriend. Reminding you of all the times women rejected you. Reminding you of all those times when you failed. Reminding you of not having confidence. Reminding of a time when your teacher told you that you would never make it. Reminding you of that time when the school bully kicked your ass. Whatever the message is from the bad guy, it's usually with the underlying theme that you're a loser or a wannabe, not something that is encouraging you. Now, I'm not saying don't be hard on yourself when you screw up, but there is a difference between being strict with yourself and constantly attacking yourself. The inner dialogues from the bad guy are usually an attack on you. For example, you're so stupid. Why did you say that, you idiot? Forget about that woman, you fool. The bottom line is the dialogue theme is always negative. It's all negativity aimed at you. And when you point this out to most people, they deny it. Or they take a while until they notice it in themselves. When they do notice it, they're surprised to notice just how often they do it. They're always conscious for the first time how long they've talked to themselves in this way. That conversation with yourself in the mirror, in your car, or when you lie in bed. Inner dialogues are real, and they influence us in a big way. We all talk to ourselves. We will always have some type of conversation in our minds, and that's fine. The problem is not self-talk. It's the way we talk to ourselves and the part of ourselves that we allow to be in control. It's no wonder that people walk around with low self-esteem. We all have a past, and we hold on to the bad parts of our past because we constantly remind ourselves of our past mistakes. So our past mistakes become a part of our identity. It becomes who we are. And if you can't let go of these mistakes, you'll find it very hard to live with confidence. So how do we stop doing this? How do we stop this destructive habit? We can't stop self-talk, but we can kick out the bad guy. And we give the microphone to the good guy. We give the microphone to that part of you that wants to improve, that wants to grow and wants to win. We then consciously take control of our inner dialogue. If the bad guy comes back now and then to give his opinion, we kick him out. You are now in control of the tone you set in your mind. Start by going to a mirror and start talking to yourself in the way you talk to someone you admire and love. Tell that man in the mirror, you got his back. Tell that person in the mirror that he's awesome. Tell that man that you forgive him for the past. Tell that man that things are changing right now. Tell that man that the bad guy's been kicked out. Tell that man the whole place is about to change. The process might sound weird and difficult in the beginning, but it works. Mind transformation. It's not only the bad guy that's gone. Your whole mindset is about to transform. That means limiting or cutting out negative influences like fake friends and people that don't have your best interest at heart. That means stop watching bad TV programs and movies that are toxic. That means you stop eating toxic food that messes with your hormones and influences your mental state. Everything is about to change. Sounds extreme? Well, you need to become extreme to change a bad mindset. Kicking out the bad guy is only the beginning. You will need to constantly work on your mind and lifestyle. Manage it, guard it, like the most important thing in the world. Your subconscious mind is like a sponge that sucks up ideas that you place in it. And until you clean that sponge, you'll find it hard to change things in life. Positive thoughts. The influence and power of positive thoughts sometimes gets criticized for being ineffective and unrealistic. I disagree. What is the alternative to positive thinking? What is the opposite of positive thinking? Is it negativity, misery, and failure? So, what choice do we have? So what is the choice in life? We have a simple choice every day. We focus on what is positive, or we focus on what is negative. For example, at a restaurant, you need to make a choice. You have two options. You can have a steak or pasta. You choose one. You can now feel happy about the choice you made, or you can focus only on the negative and think about what you didn't get. Our lives are about making choices. The more success and money you create, the more choices you'll have. You can see this as a problem, or you can see it as a positive. For example, when you get a new gym membership, you can focus on the money you're spending, or you can focus on investing in your long-term health. So, constantly, your mind can focus on the negative or the positive. Pros and cons are everywhere. Everything in life has pros and cons. We all know people who always go towards the negative, and we all know people that always go towards the positive. Which of these two approaches will give you better results in life? Do you think focusing on all the negatives is a great way to spend every day? Or do you think focusing on all the positives and everything you're gaining is a better way to live? Every single day, you have a choice. How will you use your power of focus? Where will your focus go, positive or negative? Another important question is this. What do you think is going to attract more opportunities into your life? Do you think the universe is going to help you out if you're a negative, miserable, depressed man who complains about everything? Or do you think a positive, hungry person has a better chance of being successful in life? Be the hunter. Imagine two hunters walking in the forest. One has a negative outlook on life. He constantly complains, and his rifle hangs at the side of his body. The second hunter has a positive outlook on life. He's alert and has his rifle ready to fire at any opportunity that comes his way. Which hunter do you think will have a successful hunt? The rich and poor. Ask yourself this question. Why do rich people tend to get richer and poor tend to get poorer? The answer is simple. It's all about the way they see the world. There are many stories of rich people losing all their money and wealth. Then, 5 years later, they make back all their money and more. Why? Because they have a positive growth mindset and believe that they will find a way to make things happen. They already know how to win, and they know it all starts in their mind. And part of this mindset is being positive, conscious, and seeking opportunities in all areas of life. They have the mindset of not just thinking positive, but thinking big. They go all in on life. What about most people? What does the average man do? They play the safe game because they think there are no guarantees with going all in on life. But they haven't thought about the true reality of the universe. There is no guarantee for tomorrow. None. But there is one guarantee that they don't know about. And this guarantee I can give you today with absolute certainty. And the guarantee is this: if you don't take action in life, you will get nothing. If you don't take action, then it's impossible to get any outcome. But what do most people do if they do decide to take action? They don't fully commit. They just put one foot in the water. They dabble with life. They don't jump into the water and commit. That's too risky. So they stand on the side of the river of life and watch how people swim past them. Then they gently put one foot in the water. Gently, they test it out. For example, they'll start an online business for a few months just to try it out. When they don't see immediate results, they quit. So they create a negative feedback loop in their minds, and the negative feedback loop says, I tried this for a few months, and now, with the bad results, I know it doesn't work. So now they can tell everyone, I told you guys this business will never work. But the truth is this: they failed before they even started. But there's an even worse part to this feedback loop, and that's the following. The next thing they try in any area of their lives, they unconsciously expect it to fail. They created this fixed mindset by constantly thinking about failure. They chose to focus on the negatives, so the negatives keep finding their way into their lives. Thinking like a winner. But what about winners? How do they approach life? They approach it from the growth mindset of going all in. They go in with one primary focus, taking massive, consistent action. They know this leads to big results that lead to a positive feedback loop. Their feedback loop looks like this: intelligent, consistent action equals massive results. And this feedback loop will build a powerful vision of the possibility of who you can become. They know the rule of cause and effect. The windows of life. The reality of being successful in life is that you need to be able to reframe everything into a positive. I get it. Bad things are going to happen. I'm not telling you to ignore the negatives. I'm just telling you not to focus on them. But if negatives do happen, ask yourself this: how can I change this into a positive? How can I reframe this? Even in the worst situations, there will be some positives to take from it. Take that positive and use it. Everything in life is a window to something else. You have to choose which window you're going to choose. The universe will work for you if you start making better choices in terms of what you focus on. For example, did you get fired from your job? Maybe you needed to grow as a person. Maybe it's time to find a better job or start a business. Did you break up with your girlfriend? Maybe you need to improve yourself and get stronger. And this will lead you to finding an even better girlfriend. Did you get an injury? Maybe it's a sign that you need rest, recovery, and reevaluation. This will lead to you getting more balance and fit in the future. So these windows of choice bring us back to your mindset. What is your mindset in life? What do you focus on? What windows are you choosing to climb through? But John, I don't have the money or time to do what you say I should do. Let me tell you right now that it's not about resources. It's about the way you think. It's about the mindset you have that creates your reality. So forget about resources and start thinking about resourcefulness. How resourceful are you? Think about it. There are many trust fund babies or rich kids that end up as losers. They create nothing of value for this world, even with all the money they have. They had the money, but still ended up as losers. How does this happen? It happened because they started with a fixed mindset. They didn't have the hunger to create and conquer anything. They have a fixed mindset that says, I was born rich, and I am the way I am, and I see this as good enough and as good as it can get. This is how I was born. Just accept it. Even with all the resources they've lost, so you must become resourceful and work with whatever you have to make it happen. You have the most powerful resource of all, your mind, and the ability to choose what to focus on. Thoughts of gold. The most successful men in the world are the ones that have thoughts of gold. What you consistently think about becomes your reality. There are so many stories of ordinary people turning their lives around and becoming highly successful. How did they do that? Well, they had thoughts of gold. This made themselves highly resourceful, and they made a conscious choice to win in life. Your sheer will can move mountains if you start believing in yourself. You must first believe in yourself before anyone else will believe in you. The important thing you have to do is cultivate that mindset of pure, positive possibility. Then, most importantly, follow it up with action. Every single day you must show up. Show up with this positive hunter mentality, looking for opportunity. Be that hungry lion roaming the savannah. Turn yourself into the most valuable resource you have. Do this by improving every aspect of yourself. Read, learn, listen, transform, and stay focused. Stay consistent with whatever you do, and always find a way to win. Chapter 4. Stop asking for permission. You have to stop asking for permission. Stop stalling. You already know what to do. Stop fighting it. When did you stop trusting yourself? When did you stop listening to your gut? When did you start trusting other people's opinions more than your own? These other people have no idea what you really want. These other people have no idea who you really are. Animals figured it out. They see what they want. They don't hesitate. They don't stop to hang out with other animals to see if it's okay. They don't ask, should I do this? What if it doesn't work out? Should I think about it first? Here's how it usually goes for most people. First, we have the loser group. Ideas go from the brain to the mouth, then it stops so they can talk about it, discuss it, share it with others for approval. Next, we have the mediocre group where ideas travel farther down toward the gut, but then it diverts toward the heart. In the heart, it gets lost in emotion and more thought. Then you get the winner group, where the ideas move straight to the gut, where instinct takes over, and immediately they take action. Start listening to your gut instinct. Stop overthinking, stop asking, stop saying you are sorry. When you're a winner, you must trust your instincts. Fear. Fear is poison, and it makes millions of people around the world never take that first step. We live in a culture of fear. We've stopped teaching young men to go after what they want. We've stopped teaching men to expect resistance and that adversity and hardship is part of life. We now have millions of men buying into the fear. It's a lot easier to become great these days because most men give up. If you can show a little heart and grit, you can get what you want a lot easier than in the past. But I'm not saying it will be easy. I'm saying that your competition will be lower. It's a lot more crowded in the middle than at top because everyone aims for the middle, or they don't aim at all. How do we start this mission? We go back to the ancient master of wisdom, Lao Tzu, who said, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." It's that simple. You just take one step. You take one action. Then you take the next action. Forget about the big picture. Just do that one thing, and then the next. So, you want to run a marathon, start a business, or get in shape? Or you have some other big goal? Let's look at fitness as an example. Just take the first step. So, for example, put on your running shoes. That's one step. Then, one more step by running out the door. Just take those small actions and you start adding them up. Become selfish. You need to become selfish first to have an impact on the world. You need to put yourself first. I'm not talking about being selfish in a weird or negative way. I'm talking about becoming strong first before you give back to the world. Make sure you become strong first. If you do this, you'll be able to make a massive impact in the world. Sure, you can do some positive things for your community. You can try and impact the world with limited resources, and that will make you feel that you tried your best. But the truth is that it's not true, and you know it. You know it's a lie. You could have done more. You could have made a lot greater impact, but you chose to play it small. You chose to be average. You chose to think short term. You chose to play it safe. I remember back in the day when I was an average guy playing way under my potential. I'd talk about how I would like to make a difference, but it was just empty words. I was not trying to improve myself and add more value to the world. The reality was that I was wasting the little resources that I had. I was going out drinking and going for dinners with friends. I was spending weekends partying and having no money. I was living paycheck to paycheck. I was not really trying to reach my full potential. I was playing small. I didn't have the courage to go all in on the game of life. That didn't change until I learned that you have to become selfish first before you can give to the world. The truth is this. You need to put yourself first because you need to become as strong as possible. When you become strong, you will put yourself in the position to have a real impact on this planet. How do you become selfish? You have to be your number one priority. Sacrifice. You will have to sacrifice all the fun things you usually do in your free time. You'll have to use all your time to grow, learn, and develop yourself. You need to sacrifice to get what you want in life. This is not negotiable. Become focused. Become focused and obsessed with your life mission. The drive is a lot more powerful than motivation. When you wake up in the morning, your first priority should be your mission, not your girlfriend or anybody else. Guess what? If you are on purpose, you can't take care of the people you care about. You can't provide for your girlfriend, wife, or kids. If you're not strong, then you can't impact the world around you. Discipline. Discipline will become your best friend, that friend you love and hate. You'll have to develop iron discipline. No compromise on your mission. You have to declare war on your weaknesses. It's gonna suck, but you'll learn how to overcome yourself, overcome adversity, and grow stronger. Step up and take action. Imagine what an impact you can have on this world if you become someone with a lot of resources. So become selfish. Then you can give back. For all this to happen, you need to figure out what your mission is. Life purpose. Have you noticed how some people seem like they were born for greatness? You take one look at them, and you can see they know exactly why they were born and why they're here. They know what their mission is in life. They know what their purpose is in life. And by having a clear mission, they create certainty in all areas of life. They have a clear path. This is in stark contrast with the majority of men who walk this planet. Most men have no idea what their purpose is. They have no mission. You can see it in the way they carry themselves. They feel empty, but don't know why. These men look to find their meaning in other people. They try to look for meaning in their families. They try to look for meaning in a girlfriend or wife. They forget reality by disappearing in social media or TV shows. But at the end of the night, when the lights go off, their ghosts visit them. They feel the emptiness coming for them, that empty, lonely feeling. They try to avoid this feeling, so they go to alcohol or drugs. This is why antidepressant medication use is at an all-time high. This is why the divorce rate is 50%. Most men feel insignificant. There are millions of people on this planet, so you think you're insignificant. Maybe you tried to change, but you killed your dream. Maybe they told you to be realistic. They said, not you, and you believed them. I'm here to tell you the truth. You can find your purpose, but it's not going to look for you. You have to go out there and find it. You have to create it by going out there and trying things. It will be a process. It won't just be one moment. But to start this process, you need to commit. You have to commit to going after this dream. This commitment must be to yourself. It's easy to spot a man who has no purpose. His body language will tell you his life is empty. His eyes will tell you. You can see he's just waiting for it all to pass as soon as possible. If you want to see it yourself, then go for a walk in your local shopping mall. You'll see it in the eyes of these morbidly obese people in the donut aisle taking the last box. You'll see it in the eyes of the man who drinks himself to sleep every night after work. You'll see it in the receptionist's eyes, ignoring the phone ringing while playing on her phone. You'll see it in the eyes of your coworker who walks with bad body language. They all wait for the day to just be over. You'll see it everywhere. Forget about half measures or work-life balance. Half measures are for cowards. Go all in on your purpose or mission. The whole idea of being balanced was created by uninspired, unmotivated people who don't have a purpose. Don't fall for that trap. Look at the most successful people on the planet. They are all in on their purpose. You don't constantly need to take time off. So ask yourself, why not you? Is it too late? Don't ever think it's too late. Don't let someone tell you you can't do something. Don't let them tell you you're too young or too old. You can do whatever you choose to do. But what you have to do is to make a choice. Humans have the ability to keep on learning new things until late in life. But again, you have to choose to do so, and you have to do the work. And next time you ask yourself if great things are possible for you, ask yourself, why not you? As I mentioned earlier, make a choice and start walking in a different direction today. And what if you already have your purpose? Well, refine it. Make it better. Go to the next level. You're capable of incredible things if you embrace your personal power. Don't let your past hold you back. We all have sad stories from the past. I know I do. But that's over. It can't be changed. But I can change today and tomorrow. The only thing the past disappointments and pain are good for is motivation. Don't live in the past, but visit the past just to remember the painful feeling to fuel you. Let the pain drive you in a different and better direction. How do I figure out my purpose? You need to figure it out. You might not see it clearly at the moment, but you will instinctively feel a pull in a general direction. Go with that and see what the universe shows you. Eventually you will find it. It might take a few tries, but eventually you will get there. Start with something obvious you can see right now. Start with your fitness, your mind, your diet, your education, reading. Just start with something. Then it will take shape. Take action, because know this, if you do nothing, you will change nothing. Don't wait for something to appear. If you're going to wait for your purpose to appear, you will wait forever. Start taking action today. It could be going for a run. It could be throwing out that junk food in the fridge. It could be starting a blog. It could be starting your online business. It could be starting a YouTube channel. It could be enrolling in medical school. It could be as simple as removing yourself from a bad environment. It could be as simple as getting up from bed right now and cleaning your room or apartment. It's just taking that first step and figuring things out. If you do that, you'll build momentum. You'll then start moving closer to your purpose. How to get the life you really want. How to get the life you really want? This is a question that gets asked a lot. But in our modern culture, instant gratification people look for the easiest way to the prize. They start something, and if they don't immediately get it, they change course. They never try one thing long enough to build real momentum. Every time a little shape starts to form in what they're doing, they quit. Then they go after something new, the new, shiny object. They go after the overnight success myth. But if they start looking at how successful people have created success, you start seeing the clues of how success is built and created. The first thing to remember is that life is a series of runs. It comes in streaks, like basketball, tennis, or boxing. Some streaks are times of things going up, and other streaks are times of things going down. Some call it hot streaks and cold streaks. Whatever we do in life, we have to accept the fact that there will be down periods. The test for most of us will be those down periods. What do most people do in a down period? They panic. The ones who don't flinch and stay the course will get rewarded. Those are the people who win. They understand the ups and downs of any process. Success in life is about staying the course, following the plan, and not running when everyone else starts panicking. Stay in your lane, regardless of who or what is coming your way. Stay in your lane and face it. If they try to push you off your mission, you stay in. When others go out of their lanes and quit, you stay right there. You stay the course. It's okay to slow down. It's okay to speed up. But don't drift away. Most people drift when they get challenged. Then they quit. Take sports as an example. There are some teams and individuals that consistently win. In football, it's a team like the Patriots. In boxing, it's Floyd Mayweather. In tennis, it's Nadal. In specific sports, there are always teams and individuals that consistently perform and stay the course. They always come through. Even if it seems they're losing and going down, they never drift. They stay the course. They're always in contention. Why is it that the same teams and individuals are always in contention? Because they stay true to the systems they've created. They embrace the process that they know works. Nobody or nothing is bigger than the system. They don't take crazy gambles that make them drift. If they do take a risk, it's always a calculated risk. If they find themselves on a down streak, what happens? Most teams will start taking crazy gambles and stupid risks. Most teams take these gambles to try to get back into the game quickly, but the great teams don't panic. They just trust the system. They make tactical adjustments, but they trust the system. They always stay the course. And by doing that, they find themselves slowly getting back into the game, because they know if they keep on pushing, they will get themselves back into a position to win. For us to have success is to follow our processes. Then, stay calm during the down periods and don't panic. Always remember, there will be ups and downs. You will have periods of ups, and it will seem like you can't stop winning. And there will also be hard times that will test us. In those periods of winning and success, don't become complacent. Don't become arrogant and lose focus. Remember that your system and process need maintenance, but stay the course. Stick to your plan. Make small adjustments, but stay focused. If you start a business, go to the gym, play sports, or any other job, then create a plan or a system. Set out a plan and a system, then maintain your system, then focus on execution. Take calculated risks when you feel it's necessary. Make small adjustments when you feel it's necessary. Be flexible, but don't break. Don't panic when things slow down or when things get messy. Stay the course, and results will come. The gym example. Think about the average person starting a new gym program. Usually, there are 3 types of people going to the gym. Type 1, Most people will go to the gym with no plan. They'll just randomly do stuff and get no results. Type 2. The second group of people will find a plan and give it a go for a few weeks. But after a few weeks, they won't see the results they thought would be showing by now, so they quit. They then get a new plan and do exactly the same thing, so they never get the results they want and keep repeating the cycle of getting new plans and quitting. Type 3. But then, there are a rare group of men that do things differently. They find the best plan for the specific goals they have. Then, they create a system tailored around their lifestyle to stay consistent with their training. They commit to the plan and system. They stay consistent, and they stay the course. They know the results will come if they stay focused and do the work. These men will see the results come slowly, and then, when they start seeing results, they make minor adjustments, but they stay the course. Stop being balanced. A popular thing to say these days is for people to say, be balanced. My opinion is the exact opposite. Stop being balanced and go all in on your life mission. We have limited time to reach our goals in life, so go all in. For a period of time in my life, I was out of balance in a bad way. The balance was in the wrong direction. And in the wrong direction, I mean, I was living badly. I was living like a loser, taking no responsibility for my life. I was drinking, partying, and going out every weekend. Even on some weeknights, I was also drinking and getting out of control. I was getting no exercise and eating junk food. At the same time, I was blaming other people for my lack of progress. I was working a 9-to-5 job that I hated. I was fat, overweight, and unhappy. My success with women disappeared because I was overweight, unhealthy, and broke. I had my back against the wall and felt trapped. But I turned it around. I came to a point where I had a moment of clarity, where everything changed. Day by day, I got stronger. I started digging myself out of the hole I was in, and eventually, I started seeing some progress. And eventually, with a lot of hard work, success started coming my way. But as you start having a bit of success, you will go through down periods. You get opposition. This opposition will sometimes come from people close to you. My friends started questioning my new way of living. They said I was an obsessive work person. They said I needed to become balanced. And for a while, I started listening to those people. I became more balanced. I started taking some weekends off to go for a drink with my friends. I started skipping some fitness and gym sessions in the week so I could go for drinks after work. But soon, I realized the truth. This wasn't about me being unbalanced. It was about my friends being uncomfortable with who I was becoming. They had a problem with me going after what I wanted. They had a problem with me dating more women. They had a problem with me being in good physical shape. They had a problem with me working on my own business and making my own money. They said I was an obsessive work person, not because they really cared. What they cared about was that I was making moves in my life and reaching my goals, and they were still exactly the same. They were static. I was dynamic. This new reality made them uncomfortable. Another thing they didn't understand was what it took to build real success. They didn't understand what it took to build yourself up from nothing. They didn't understand what it took going after your full potential. They didn't understand what it took to go after an ideal that you created, an ideal that you decided to chase. They didn't understand that our time on this planet is limited. Yes, I get it. It's good to have some fun and enjoy life when the time is right. But when it happens, it must be on your terms, not their terms. So maybe I am an obsessive work person, but that is what it takes if you have big goals. That is what it takes if you are unreasonable with your expectations of what you want for yourself. I wanted total freedom to do whatever I want. I've already created a freedom for myself, but I'm still a long way from where I want to be. But I have made massive improvements. I run my own online business, and I travel around the world working in different countries. There are levels to success, and I'm still on the first floor, and I want to move all the way to the top. Retirement is a trap. The biggest trap set for men is when they told men that they should focus on building a safe retirement. And, like good little robots, men around the world started making this their priority. They decided to get ready for death, not life. They make it their goal to just get through this annoying work part of living. Then they get to the good part of life, also known as retirement. Before retirement, they wait for mini retirements, also known as vacation. Between those vacations, they have little micro retirements called weekends. On the weekend, they can just stop and get away from their lives. Those 2 days are as good as it gets. Thank God it's Friday is big. They are only too happy they don't have to work. They can drink, party, and have a small sample of how retirement is going to be. The weekends are heaven. They make it very clear that their current life is only an obstacle to the big goal of retirement. Once they get over the obstacle of their current life, they can get to that retirement. Then they can be free from this life they're living now. This way of thinking has cost many men the best years of their lives. Personally, I like to work. I enjoy building projects online. I enjoy building new projects. I enjoy setting goals and going after them. I enjoy the process of creating something out of nothing. I enjoy the struggle and the fight to get what I want. I don't need a vacation to get away from my life. When I go on vacation, I look forward to getting back to my life. I don't understand the retirement thing. Most people live the prime of their lives dreaming to get to a point where they are old. The best years of your life will be behind you. Then they want to start enjoying life and start taking risks. It starts young for most men. They buy into this idea of focusing to get ready for retirement. They listen to the guy at the bank telling them to buy a house and start saving. They believe the people telling them buying a house is the biggest investment he will ever make. So they decide to go into debt to buy the house. Then they think it's a good idea to get married and have kids as soon as possible. Then the bills start to pile up, and they still have to keep up with their goal of retirement at 65. Soon, their lives become a nightmare. He works 5 days a week in a job he hates, and all he does is pay bills. His wife wants him to buy a new car, and the kids need new clothes. Before he knew it, he maxed out all his credit cards. The house payments are becoming a big problem. But the one thing he doesn't let go of is that retirement dream. That is still his main focus. Even with all this going on, they are still saving enough for that long weekend away with friends, even if they can't really afford it. This is a glimpse into the lives of many men living lives of quiet desperation. As soon as they qualify for retirement, they get all excited and start sitting on the couch and drinking beer. Finally, their time has arrived. It's time to start living and watch football and drink beer every weekend. First year of retirement is not too bad, but something starts to feel off. They start developing an empty feeling inside. They thought they felt empty before, but this new emptiness is a whole lot worse. They soon realize that they now mean nothing. Their greatest commodity, time, is starting to run out. They're not needed anymore. They soon realize they have no mission. They have no purpose. Their purpose is paying bills and waiting for this game of life to end. They soon realize the cold, hard reality. They're waiting for death. Some of the saddest men I've ever seen are the ones that retired too soon. These men are the walking dead. There is another way. What about forgetting about retirement? What about making your life a mission? How about making your whole life in service to yourself, your family, and the universe? This is the way of the warrior. This is a way of life that never ends. But it all starts with a choice to live by a code. Then you make a second choice, a choice to dream big dreams. You make massive goals that you know are going to take your whole life to achieve. They're so big that they might seem impossible. This means that you have to start now, right now. It means one more important thing. I don't care what your goals are, but there's one thing that all men need to do. It's something people don't like to talk about. They avoid it. And it's this: you have to get your money right. You need to build wealth and raise your value. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a mission. It might take a long time, but start now. It's your responsibility to build wealth and reach your full potential. It's not just your duty, it's your responsibility. If you want to have a family, a wife and kids, then you need to give them the best possible life. If you just want to go in it alone, the same rules apply. Build wealth and build value on your mission. You must make the climb to financial independence. You need to make a plan and start executing. Forget about the idea of retirement and go after the idea of living a long and great life. Start building a legacy. Start building something that you can work on until the day you die. Dream big and take risks. Most importantly of all, take massive amounts of action. All the world is a stage. Go out there and play the game. You need to step up right now. Don't wait. Start now. This will be the hardest thing you've ever done. I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying it to excite you. I'm saying it to make you realize that this life will fly by and you have the opportunity to do something great and have a lot of fun along the way. Don't run from it. Confront it. Forget about just getting by in this life. Start dreaming about building a great future for yourself. The obstacle is the way. The decision to start your own business or going after your life vision is an exciting and important time. You can't wait to get started and create your vision so that you can build wealth and live the life you always wanted to live. Then, the romance of the whole idea passes. The reality of how hard it is to become successful hits you in the face. Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, and he was 100% correct. Today, I'm going to share with you guys some of the common obstacles men face when they make the climb. The climb gets hard and many don't reach the top of the mountain, so here's my list of common obstacles on your climb. Loneliness. When you go after your goals and walk alone, loneliness creeps up on you like a ghost. When it comes, you need to fight through it. When you start feeling it, you'll lose motivation and start going on social media or call friends. You'll do anything to break the feeling of isolation. Soon, you wasted a few days because you felt lonely. You have to accept loneliness when you choose to walk alone and build your own value. The road is long, and it's not for everyone. If you need someone all the time to be around you with encouraging words, then this road is not for you. You have to realize that loneliness is just part of the game. It's part of being a man with an alpha mindset. You have to keep on moving forward. Keep pushing towards your goals. The shiny object syndrome. This is a well-known term in entrepreneurship. It's well-known because it's such a common thing that it's hard to miss. The shiny object syndrome is when entrepreneurs start something for a month or two and then stop. They stop and jump ship to something new because they don't see results fast enough. These people never stay with one thing long enough to see any results. They're always talking about the next big thing. Be aware of it and just say no and stay focused on your goal. Mental toughness. Most people with new goals give up on them. There are many reasons for this, but one of the biggest reasons is the lack of mental toughness, that ability to push through difficult times that life will throw you. Anything of value takes time and perseverance, and if you can't handle that pressure, then you're going to fall. Not executing aggressively. One of the most annoying things I see on social media is the talkers. Sure, We all comment on posts sometimes and ask a few questions. But talking can become a form of procrastination, and the reality of the situation is that you need to execute aggressively. Many times when I visit Facebook groups, it's always the same people asking questions and complaining about the same things they complained about a few months ago. They just talk, and they don't execute aggressively. They already know what they have to do, but they find talking about it easier. They allow fear to stop them. Consistency. This is probably one of the important principles in life. If you're consistent in your efforts, you'll see results. If you keep on coming back week after week, then the results will come. Become obsessed and keep on coming back and hammering whatever it is you're doing. Not working hard enough. You don't have to work all the time, but the reality is that when you first start your mission, you will have to work very hard. Many guys talk the big talk, but they simply don't walk the walk. They watch TV when they should be working on their goals. Don't underestimate the amount of hard work it will take to turn your vision into reality. You need to sacrifice and grind to get what you want. 10 excuses that hold us back. We all have reasons why we fail to reach our goals, but somehow you don't take the necessary actions to get what you want? Yes, people are different, but there are 10 things that I found to be very common in most people that hold us back from getting what we want. 10 excuses. 1, I don't have the resources. So, you have an idea that might give you what you want in life, but according to you, it can't be done because you don't have the resources. Maybe you don't have the money or whatever resource it might be. The problem you have is not a lack of resources. The real problem is a lack of resourcefulness. If this is really important to you, then you'll find a way. You'll do whatever it is you need to get it done. Don't have money? Then get a job and work on your idea at night. Don't have a computer? Then use the computer at the library or do it on your phone. Don't have the internet? Go to a coffee shop. Use their free Wi-Fi. Don't have access to a gym? Then do body weight exercises. Do whatever it takes. Become highly resourceful. 2, it's too big a risk. One of the biggest risks you can take in life is to not take risks at all. People think if they play it safe, they'll just cruise through life and be okay. The reality is this: if you don't take risks, you're making yourself vulnerable. You're exposing yourself by being static. When you're static, you're making yourself dependent on other people and organizations. To get to a point where you're financially independent and free, you'll need to take some calculated risks. When you take calculated risks, you're dynamic. When you are dynamic, you have the ability to maneuver. There's no way around it. You'll have to put yourself in uncomfortable situations to go where you want to go. 3, they don't invest in themselves. People don't want to risk by investing in themselves. Most people see investing in themselves as a risk. They think that if they buy a course or a book, that this is somehow a waste of money. This comes from a pessimistic view of the world that people are out there to get them. They think online courses, books, and other resources are mostly scammers wanting to take their money, so they never invest in themselves. Personally, my own success would never have happened as fast as it did if it wasn't for the courses and books I purchased over the years. I educated myself. I took a risk and invested money in myself. It turned out to be the best investment of my life. We live in a knowledge economy. If you don't accept this fact, then you're static and vulnerable. If you accept this fact, then you'll invest in yourself and become dynamic. Remember, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you have a plan to do something, read a book about it. Somewhere, there are people who've done it before. You can model them and learn from them. 4, I don't know how to do it. If you don't know how to do something, then learn. Like I mentioned previously, we live in a knowledge economy. Knowledge is everywhere. All you have to do is read about it or do a course, and you can start doing whatever it is you want to do. Elon Musk taught himself rocket science by reading books. Many other entrepreneurs also educated themselves. Most things you want to learn are somewhere in a book. Most things you want to learn fast are condensed somewhere in the form of video courses. We have the ability today to learn anything at a very low cost or for free. In today's world, we have an abundance of knowledge. We have no excuses. It's up to us to learn and find a way. 5. I can compete with them. A lot of guys look at others and think, I can't compete with those guys. They overestimate others and underestimate themselves. This is your mind defeating you before you even start. Why can't you become great? You can become great, but you need self-belief and actions to back it up. Even if you have the greatest natural talent in the world, you need to go out there and step up. Even if you don't have the most natural talent in the world, you can still learn to be smart and outwork your competition, because let me tell you a little secret. Most people will never take action or give up before they even start. This means most of your competition is already out of the game. So step up, aim high, and go for it. 6. What will people say? What will other people say? What will your friends say? What will your family say? The answer is very simple. It's none of your business what they think. Let them talk. You can talk with your results. Stop giving so many fucks. Do whatever it takes to win. Guess what? If you do become successful, they will talk a lot. But it doesn't matter. The only opinion that matters is the opinion you have of yourself. 7. My ideas are too big. A lot of people lack self-confidence. That leads them to think that their ideas are too big. They think there's no way their ideas will become a reality. They think there's no way that it could happen to them. If this is you, then you need to start working on your mind. You need to start building the belief that it's possible. Start by focusing on your self-talk. If you read the book this far, then you know how to do that by following the advice I mentioned earlier. More importantly, start believing right now that this will happen for you. Then, start cultivating this belief into something powerful and unstoppable. Fake it till you make it, if you have to. The human mind can be tricked into believing it's real even before it's happening. Start tricking your own mind into believing something as if it's already a reality. This will help you build momentum and make things happen. 8. It's too late to start now. The best time to start is now. The only better time was yesterday. This is one of the most common excuses. I'm too late. Yes, of course, it's best to be first in the door. But you can still find many opportunities, but you have to give it a shot. Elon Musk started an electric car company when everyone said, you can't start a car company. It'll never work. But they were wrong. When Amazon started, they said, an online bookstore will never work. Turns out, they were wrong. 9. I might fail. Yes, you're right. You might fail. This is why being successful is so good, because everyone that steps out there into the arena knows that their ideas might not survive the marketplace. This is a reality that makes success so very sweet. When you put yourself out there and come out on the other side to win. We live in a free world. We compete. Sometimes we win, and sometimes we lose. We put our hearts into a project, and we outwork everyone with our relentless attitude. But we always know that there's a chance we could lose. But that is what makes the game of life so great. We want to play this game. We want to be out there and be in competition with others by creating value. This is what life is all about. It's about earning everything we have by building value. Imagine if the game of life guaranteed everyone won the game all the time. How boring would that be? A big part of life is knowing you might fail. You can't win without the possibility of losing. 10. I tried everything. It doesn't work. Most people fail once or twice and then think the game is over. They think those small losses define them, so they give up. Then they can tell people, I tried everything, but it didn't work. But if someone said this, let me ask this question. Did you really try everything? If the person answers yes, then let me ask this. Name the last 100 things you tried. Or, better yet, just name the last 50 things you tried. In today's environment, people give up very easily. In fact, it happens so easily that it's a lot easier for other people to win because most will quit. People have become so mentally weak that they just give up with the first sign of resistance. So, you failed in the past? So what? I failed many times. I just try again and again. I force my dreams into reality. Many other successful people have done the same. They fail over and over again until they turn their dreams into reality. It's a conscious choice to win in life. What will your choice be? Chapter 5. Who dares wins. It's not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult. Seneca. The elite British Special Forces Unit, the SAS, or Special Air Service, has a motto: who dares wins. These warriors know what they're talking about. To win in life, you need to get in the game. You need to dare greatly to have a shot to win. Who dares wins. Every time in my life where I pushed myself out of my comfort zone to do something great, something awesome happened. Everything in my life started to change when I pushed myself outside my comfort zone and I went against the advice of everyone around me. When I followed my own heart, things started to fall into place. Thinking for yourself and stepping away from the group will create power in your life. People have told me that what I'm doing is unrealistic. They've told me that I'm living in a dream world. When I didn't listen to those voices, success started to come in my direction. But the times I did listen to the crowd, I started losing again. The things that make life fun are found in places that are not comfortable. Beyond your fears, you'll find gold. That's the place where the dynamic energy is. Dynamic energy leads to breakthroughs and massive success. As soon as I started talking about doing something unusual, the experts start appearing. I'm talking about the people who start giving advice about what you're doing. They'll find reasons to convince you to stop. They'll tell you it's impossible. The interesting thing about these experts is that they're nowhere when you're in your comfort zone. When things are safe, they don't have any advice. When you're lying on the sofa eating junk food and watching reruns of TV shows, they won't stop you. They'll never encourage you to get up and start living your life. But as soon as you get up and start moving, they get concerned. When you start eating healthy and going to the gym, you'll suddenly hear about people being worried about you. They'll ask things like, "Are you a fitness freak now?" Or they might say, "You know nothing about business. Focus on your job." These experts are dream killers. They won't dare to do something great, so they want to stop you from doing anything that might change the status quo. When people tell me I'm unrealistic, I take it as a signal to keep going. Mental chains. It's easy to get seduced by the modern world. We're addicted to the comfort and the ease of everything. We press a button, and something gets done for us. We drive in cars to go to jobs we hate. We buy big houses we can't afford and stay in debt for life. We buy expensive things we don't need. Day by day, we get seduced deeper into this web. Every day, we give away more of our freedom. Every day, we give away more of our sovereignty. We do this mostly unconsciously. We watch TV or surf the internet mindlessly. We scroll social media like our life depends on it. We waste hours every day arguing with strangers online. We give away our health by eating junk food. We surround ourselves with negative news and influences. We get seduced by the modern culture of emotion. We get addicted to it. We start getting seduced by the culture of victimhood. Soon, you think of yourself as a victim. Most people you meet become a victim. They've sold themselves into mental chains. They're locked in an endless cycle of debt. Monthly payments on the house, monthly student loans, monthly insurance payments. I get it. Nobody can totally break away from the system. But here's the important thing to remember. You can play this game by making new rules. You play a game within the game. But to do this, you need to realize that you have the power to change the rules. You need to realize that you have the power to go above and beyond them. But it starts with the realization that dangerous freedom is better than mental chains. Because when you start living life on your own terms, you step outside the plan society created for you. You start thinking about how you will use this system to build your freedom. But you have to realize that with this freedom will come risk. But you already know that in your heart. Putting yourself out there to possibly fail is what life is all about. Staying in a safe place is not living. That is dying a slow death. The first step is realizing that this is a choice. You need the courage to go on the road less traveled. Freedom comes at a price. It comes at a cost. However, the rewards are massive. When you're free, everything changes. You start to live like a man should live, walking tall, with his head held up high, waking up with a smile on your face. Small choices can keep you a free man. The choice to not buy a house to live in, but rather rent a home. Then buy apartments and rent them out as an investment. You can buy a house later when you actually have the money. The choice to not go to university, but rather educate yourself, except professionals like doctors, engineers, etc. The choice to not take that cubicle job for the rest of your life. The choice to step out into the world and start a business or go after your dream. The modern world has given us the great hive mind, also known as the internet. So now we all have some skin in the game. The opportunity is there for you to take. You will have the opportunity to make important choices. The choice to take care of your body and prevent illness by eating healthy and lifting weights. The choice to live like a man that knows how to defend himself by learning martial arts. The choice to build an alpha mindset that always looks to improve. You do this by getting specialized knowledge and executing on that knowledge, but more importantly, realizing that you can always improve and get better. You are always improving. It never stops. The choice to get on a plane tomorrow and going wherever you choose to go. The choice to take full responsibility for your life. That includes everything, the good and the bad. The choice to be a man that lives with honor and follows a set of rules that guides him through life. The choice to get your money right and start building wealth. If you choose to pursue wisdom, then you'll need a plan. You'll need to execute this plan relentlessly. Most important, you need to believe that it's possible for you to turn it into reality. You have a choice to walk this earth as a single man or find one woman to spend your life with. Marriage is a choice, not a must. So make your choice wisely. Same goes for starting a family. Do it because you want to do it, not because everyone else is doing it. You have a choice to make this life into something remarkable. You were born free and you will die free, but you have to choose to do so. If you don't make the choice yourself, then it will be made for you. You will be swept away by the river of time, and you'll wake up when it's too late. Word of warning. A word of warning. This road of freedom is not for everyone. Many battles lie ahead, and you will have to face them. You'll have to overcome adversity and keep going when it seems impossible. You will have to show self-discipline and focus. But within this struggle, you'll realize you're free. You'll realize this battle of life is a place where some men walk tall. This is where you create a path and walk it to the end. Here, in this crucible of life, you live free. You live on your terms. This will lead to happiness, because happiness only comes to men that are free. You'll realize you are not a victim. You'll realize the world owes you nothing. You'll realize everything that is yours, you earned and created. Death. Many of us live like we're never going to die. We all do it. I did it at one stage of my life. I wasted a lot of time. I see many people talking about all the things they never get around to do. They have the attitude of an immortal man. If that's you, I have some bad news. We are all going to die. This is something we know, but we push it to the back of our minds so we don't think about it. But the truth is, we can't run from it. Imagine tomorrow a doctor tells you that you have cancer. They're not exactly sure when you will die, but they know it will happen reasonably soon. It might be a week, it might be a month, or it might be 5 years from now. I have some more bad news. We all have that disease. This disease has another name. It's called life. The reality is you might die at any time. This is just reality and the nature of life. You could walk across the road and get run over by a truck. You could die in a car crash. You can die in millions of other ways. We all live in this unpredictable world. The sooner you wake up to this reality, the more freedom you'll have. Realize that that thing you want to say or do is waiting. But people forget the clock is ticking, and time waits for nobody. There might not be a tomorrow. There might not be another year. Do you want to ask a woman for her phone number? Do you want to travel somewhere? Do you want to start your own business? Do you want to climb Everest? Do it. I'm here to tell you to start taking action right now. Stop talking. Stop overthinking everything. Stop the constant over-planning. Stop the constant over-analyzing. Stop avoiding what you know has to be started right now. It's up to you to let go of the fear that's blocking you from your dreams. Memento mori. Remember that you must die. Start thinking about your death every day. Know that you only have one thing to worry about. That is, not doing the things you always wanted to do. Samurai mind. The samurai were fearless in battle. They were fearless because they regularly meditated on their own death. They knew and accepted that they might die every single day. They accepted death. They didn't run from it. This created freedom for them, the freedom to go into battle and pushing fear to the back of their minds, the freedom to become creative, the freedom to embrace the moment and be in the moment, because in the end, the moment is the only thing we have. So start living in the moment and embrace life. The reason why most people hold back is that they want control. Control over everything. The truth is, you can't control everything in your life or anyone else's life. You can only control your actions, but you can't control the universe and everything that happens within it. Once you understand this truth, you'll start experiencing freedom. It's time to start breaking free of those shackles that have been holding you back. Become elite. A lot of people talk a big game and say they're going to do something, but how many do it? If you want to be one of the few who take action, then you need to be willing to compete. Not compete with others, but with yourself. You have to improve every day. You have to ask more from yourself every day. You have to expect more from yourself than anybody else can imagine. You must have that competitive drive to be the best. This drive will be the thing that carries you through the challenges and the adversity. It will carry you to work on your craft when nobody's watching. If there are people around you who are holding you back, then it might be time to cut them loose. If there are people around you who are not bringing the intensity, then call them out. You have to create a culture of persistence and intensity. That's how you win. You need to cultivate this alpha mind culture of keeping up the intensity every single day. You need to cultivate the belief that you will come out on the winning side every single time. You need to believe that you can be the complete package. You build this belief if you grind and give everything. If you want to be really elite, then you're going to have to step on some toes. You have to be willing to be viewed as outlandish or different. You'll have to call out your co-workers or employees when they don't bring the intensity required to keep up the standards. You must be willing to do things that others are afraid to do. You have to be a leader. You must be willing to be an outlier. You're going to have to become more intellectual with whatever field you're working in. You need to think outside the box. You need to build intensity and focus that is unusual. An obsession to be the best in your field, an obsession to reach whatever goal you set for yourself. It's an elite mentality that very few have. When something is important enough, you do it even if the odds are not in your favor. Elon Musk. Stop being patient and start asking yourself, how do I accomplish my 10-year plan in 6 months? You'll probably fail, but you'll be a lot further along than the person who simply accepted it was going to take 10 years. Elon Musk. Become unrealistic. If you're reading this, then you're also on a mission. You're on a mission to something bigger than just being yourself. You want more. Become unrealistic and create crazy timelines. If your goal will take 5 years in the balanced world, cut it down to a year in your world. If your goal is 6 years in the balanced world, then cut it down to 6 months. Here's the key to this unrealistic method of thinking. The chances are good that you might fail in that timeline, but you'll finish it a lot faster than you ever thought possible. The 5-year goal might end up taking a year. The 3-year goal might end up being 8 months. The whole point of the exercise is to confront reality and then bend it to your will. Stop just accepting the rules of the balanced world. Start challenging the balanced world with your imagination and your will. Chapter 6. The Warrior Code. What code do you live by? Do you have rules for your life, or do you just go with the flow? In other words, do you just let the stream of life take you as it sees fit? If you don't have something that guides you, then you can end up anywhere. Your personal code is a set of principles that you follow during your life. The code of honor should include your social, ethical, or moral principles. We live in a strange time where a lot of people believe in nothing. They don't even believe in themselves. They want to be given everything for nothing. This leads to a lot of social problems. The levels of depression are sky high. Men walk around with no confidence, they lack purpose, and walk around like zombies. In today's world, many people are doing things and they have no idea why they're doing them. They're just letting the stream of society take them along for the ride and tell them what to do. They have no inner compass that guides them. They're not sure what's right or wrong. They just follow. They look to the outside to decide what is right and wrong. You don't have to live life in this unguided way. We live in a world with a lot of ancient wisdom available in books that can be internalized. This wisdom will give you a solid blueprint that could guide you. This will guide you through this world from a place of strength. This is your honor code. Your personal code must be something you don't compromise on. It is what guarantees the integrity of your journey through life. You have to create your code. It's not given to you by someone else or imposed on you by someone else. In most societies, we've been taught certain set rules that are reflective of the general culture in which we live. But in today's world, you must have an inner code that reflects your values. Before you start creating your code of honor, ask yourself these questions. What rules or principles are important to you? These could be principles you admire or learn from wise traditions, or it could be principles you learned from religions or life philosophies. Are you willing to live your code even if it goes against modern Western culture? You need to ask yourself these questions. Everyone's code will be different, but it's possible to share certain principles from an honor group you are a part of. For example, maybe you're a part of a martial arts organization and you value some of the principles. Then combine those principles with your code. Let's take a look at a powerful example of a code that you may use as a guideline to create your own code. These are the principles based on the warrior code of the samurai. 7 virtues of a warrior. Rectitude. Rectitude can be seen as deciding on a certain standard of behavior. You do this by using your own reason and being unwavering in that way of life. It's also described as a strong character in action. Courage. Courage is the ability to do something that frightens you. It can also be described as doing the right thing. Benevolence. Benevolence is the quality of being kind. As a man that has a lot of power and skill, benevolence should be an important quality. Being able to show mercy to weaker people is a sign of strength. Politeness, propriety. Politeness is a behavior that is respectful and considerate of other people. The code of samurai is deeply embedded in Japanese culture. If you go to Japan, you'll experience courtesy and manners like few other places on this planet. Honesty. There are practical as well as moral reasons for being honest. Being honest leads to wisdom. Honor. Having honor could be described as someone that fulfills an obligation. Honor codes exist in specific groups. Honor codes are certain standards that must be reached and maintained to receive respect within a group. If you don't live up to the rules of the group, you would be rejected as dishonorable. Loyalty. Loyalty, the quality of being loyal to something or someone. Fidelity among men is very important and builds trust. Loyalty exists only if honor is present in a code. So these principles are a basic example of a life code. You can base your own code on this samurai code or create your own based on your own philosophy. Being dangerous. I love watching the MMA fights. It's a great sport, and yes, a lot of those fighters are very dangerous men. But let's imagine for 1 minute, there's an MMA fight going on with one very good martial artist and one that's average. Let's also imagine they're exactly the same size, the same reach. Let's also imagine they're similar in terms of power. So they're almost exactly the same, except fighter 1 is slightly more skilled and talented than fighter 2. But what if we add one more variable into this scenario? Let's imagine fighter 2 gets a knife. How will the fight be different? It's a simple answer. Everything has changed. Now, it's not a game. It's not a tournament or sport. It's now a battle between life and death. It's combat. This is the art of life and death. Whether we like it or not, we humans are all vulnerable. Even in this safe space world, in most of the first world, in many other places in the world, every day is about life and death. Yes, I get it. Most of you reading this are probably living in the West in a nice, safe city or neighborhood. But even in modern environments, human nature never disappears. The wolves and hyenas among us don't just disappear. I've written before about cultivating the sheepdog mindset in my book, Self-Discipline. The sheepdog mindset is a way to empower yourself and the people you care about. You don't want to be the type of man that's a soft target. Your choice is simple in this world. You're either a warrior or a victim. What is a good man? A harmless man is not a good man. A good man is a very, very dangerous man who has it under voluntary control. Professor Jordan Peterson. Most people think that if you just play it safe, keep your head down, that you're a good man. Well, you might be a nice guy with that attitude, but you're not necessarily a good man. The ancient reality of good men was that they were capable of violence. But, like I mentioned in the professor's quote, they have it under voluntary control. They live by a code. They know that this planet is a dangerous place. They know that we have predators walking among us. Good men accept this truth. He knows that for him to not be prepared is reckless. He knows he can't put the responsibility of his own life and those he cares about onto others. It's a spiritual quest to become the best version of yourself. This includes being a dangerous man. Martial arts. From one thing, know 10,000 things. Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi, the legendary samurai, realized a fundamental truth. He realized that if you get real expertise in one area, it can lead to a real understanding of everything else. If you want to learn how to fight and defend yourself, then you need to learn a martial art that is practical. There's no point in learning something that just looks good but has no value in the real world. My martial art of choice is jiu-jitsu. It's good to have a baseline in one of the traditional martial arts that have been proven to be effective. Martial arts like jiu-jitsu, judo, wrestling, boxing, or Muay Thai are both fun activities and practical forms of self-defense. After that, feel free to supplement your main martial art with other arts like Krav Maga that brings another edge to your arsenal. Martial arts will develop your whole life. It's not just about being on the mat, training. Martial arts has a way of exposing your flaws and weaknesses. It will expose things that need to be changed, improved, and worked on. Even if you try to hide these weaknesses, they will get exposed in martial arts. You'll learn how to focus and learn to stay in the moment. Because guess what? In a fight or on the mat, you have to be mindful of what's happening in the moment. You can't let your mind wander off to some other place, or you'll get your ass kicked. You'll get punched in the mouth or get smashed in the street. Training in martial arts is a tool for personal development. You will have to be disciplined and go to class. You'll have to keep your gi, kimono, clean and make sure you have high standards of hygiene when going on the mats. Nobody wants to roll with a person who has long nails and bad personal hygiene. You'll need to follow certain customs, traditions, and rules. You will need to live by a code. As mentioned, my personal choice is jiu-jitsu, or BJJ. When you practice jiu-jitsu, you'll be in very close contact with other human beings. You'll feel your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Sometimes you'll feel your opponent's sweat or blood drip on your face. Things will get messy and sometimes bloody. But guess what? On the streets, things get a lot messier than they will ever get on the mats. You'll learn how to be comfortable being uncomfortable. It's a way of life. Training martial arts is not something you do as a hobby or a sport. It's a way of life. It's a lifestyle. It's who you are. In the whole process of being a martial artist, you'll see something more important happen. You will develop your mind, body, and spirit. There's nothing that you can't overcome if you focus and have a warrior spirit. Step up and take responsibility. Chapter 7, Zen Maintenance. Nothing in life is permanent. Everything we value doesn't just magically stay the way they are. Everything around you, your body and your mind, are all in constant motion. Everything is constantly changing. It's either staying the same, getting better, or it's getting worse. When it comes to improving yourself, I see people missing this point all the time. For example, people will say things like, I don't listen to personal development books because I listened to one audiobook once and it worked for about a week and then it stopped working. I see this in all areas of life. One of my favorite books is called Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. The underlying theme of the book is about quality. Quality is a word that, in the modern world, gets thrown around a lot. It's probably one of the most important words in the English language. It's made possible all the advances human civilizations have been able to make. So how does quality have anything to do with anything in this book? Well, in your journey to develop into the best version of yourself, you'll have to develop certain qualities. But quality does not last without one very important ingredient. That ingredient is maintenance. Maintenance is the backbone of any improvement. The lack of understanding of this principle is what keeps many people back from making a big change in their lives. Nothing of any value can last without maintenance. You cannot have anything of value without maintenance. When you create something of quality, it needs to maintain certain standards and must be improved over time. Take personal development as an example. People would say something like this. I listened to Anthony Robbins, but after a week, his ideas stopped working. I would answer, okay, so you listened, but let me ask you this. How many times did you listen to his audiobook? And did that person implement and consistently maintain that concept, principle, or discipline that they learned from Anthony Robbins? Personal development sometimes gets a bad rap because people say a lot of confusing things. Sure, I agree, there are a lot of scammers out there. However, there are also a lot of good people that add a lot of value. There's a discipline to maintenance. It has to be consistent and it has to be repeated over and over until it becomes second nature. For example, diet. You need to maintain the way you eat. You can't just expect things to change after you did something for a week or two. Diets fail because they're temporary. People see it as something they have to get through so they can return to their old way of eating. The only way to apply maintenance to diet is by making it a lifestyle. That's it. That is your diet maintenance. If you explain this to someone, they'll say, okay, fine, I need to be consistent. But when does it stop? Well, the answer is simple. It doesn't stop for as long as you want the positive results to stay in your life. If you don't value that thing anymore, then stop and see how quickly it disappears. Anything of real value will eventually deteriorate and disintegrate if you don't do the work and maintain it. Your body, mind, business, car, etc. are all the same. It all needs maintenance in order to function at its full potential. It's your Zen and the art of human maintenance. Battle against self. Your biggest opponent in life is not some outward force. Your biggest battle you have is against the person looking at you in the mirror. If you're reading this right now, you're sitting in your own unique circumstances. Maybe you're with your back against the wall. Maybe you're starting something new. Maybe you're taking a risk that could change your life. Maybe you're trying to develop yourself and change your life in a big way. Whatever it is, the road ahead is going to be challenging. On this planet, we know that adversity will strike at some stage. The mistake we sometimes make is waiting for adversity to come from an outside source. Mostly, we don't see the Trojan horse in ourselves. We go through challenges and obstacles, and for some reason, we find it hard to go where we want to go. We then look for someone or something to blame. We usually look outside ourselves to find the target. The reality is that your biggest enemy is inside yourself. It's part of your mind. You see, there's a part deep in our minds that is a small, dark room filled with ghosts and shadows. We prefer not to look at it, things that we want to forget. We know that room exists. We see the door, but we'll never go inside that room. So we walk away and try to forget about it. Then, one day, we fail to achieve something important in our lives. For example, we start a business, we go for that big promotion at work. Suddenly, you get uncomfortable and nervous. You're uncomfortable because you know that those ghosts in that dark room in your mind suddenly want to open that door. All those ghosts and demons hiding in the deepest part of your mind suddenly want to come out into the light. This is the challenging nature of the mind. Whenever you push something into that dark little room and not look at it, it will eventually break that door open and show itself. It'll show itself when your back is against the wall. It will show itself when you're going through adversity. Now you have two choices. The first choice is you run, like you've always run in the past. Or you stop, turn around, and deal with it once and for all. You confront it. Whatever it is from your past, you can't outrun it. Now is the time to deal with it. Maybe it's an insecurity about something. Maybe it's a fear about something that happened that you've always hidden from the world. Maybe it's something that happened to you when you were a child. We all have a past. We all lied to ourselves and others to keep those shadows locked away. I can tell you from personal experience that those things come back to haunt you. You have to confront whatever it is that happened to you. Accept it as something that is part of you and that you made peace with. Don't run, because you'll run forever. It's like anger. If you carry that with you, then you're the one that suffers, not the other person. The only way for you to overcome your past is to confront it. This is probably going to be uncomfortable and painful. But what's the alternative? Living life in fear? Living your whole life with your shadow, hoping nobody finds out? I'm not saying to tell the world, but make peace with it. And if it does come out, just say, yes, that's me. I screwed up. I was a weak person, and now I'm getting better. I'm improving every day. If you take ownership of your past, it loses its power over you. Everyone on this planet has or had something they were uncomfortable about, something they were hiding. So get over whatever it is and start living free. Do whatever you have to do, then move on with your life. Become a free man. Cause and effect maintenance. Cause and effect seem very simple on the surface, but it's a concept that has millions of levels, and it has an influence on everything we do. Every action you take consistently has consequences. Consistently not doing what you're supposed to do has consequences. We need to take control of our daily actions. We need to cut out everything that is not in alignment with our mission. You don't just need to cut it out once. You have to cut it out consistently. Unconscious cause and effect. Go and sit at your desk with a pen and paper. Objectively examine your last 7 days and try to remember the actions you took. Then, examine the last 24 hours and objectively look at the actions you took. Try and remember what you did. Look at every hour and try to remember how you spend your time. For example, if you spend an hour on social media, then write it down. If you went to the gym for an hour, write it down. At the end of the week, take a look at how you spend your time. Observe how you waste time. Everything that is a waste of time has to go. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. What do you do when things get uncomfortable? When things get hard? Do you give up? Do you decide to run? And then tell yourself, this is not for me. We live in a world now that's very sensitive, and the following is the reality most people live in. Are you tired? Just take a break. Are you uncomfortable? Just stop and take a break. Are things getting hard? Let's make it easier for you. Are the standards too high? Well, let's lower the standards. But I have some good news for you. To stand out and become successful today is not as hard as it used to be. All you have to do is keep your head down and keep pushing. Keep going, because guess what? Most people will stop, take a break, and give up. They will quit. They'll try something for a week or two and then give up. So, you have a massive opportunity to get in the game. That alone will give you a massive advantage, knowing that most will quit. Of course, building success is not easy. However, you can only do this if you are willing to do the work. If you stay focused and disciplined, you can do anything. Go all in. When we see successful people, we tend to think those people have some special ability or talent that they were born with. Sure, some people do have special talents or gifts that make them really good at something. But I've seen many talented people fail. They failed because their minds were weak and fragile. They've not done the inner work to build mental toughness. The mind is key, and if you don't work on it, you will lose. But building mental toughness is a process, and it all starts with a decision. You need to make a decision. Whatever your goal is must become an absolute priority above all else. You need to decide that you are committed to making it happen. You need to decide that you will not settle for anything less than getting what you want. There's no place for half measures or turning back. Burn your boats and go all in. Yes, I understand there will be fear. Everyone feels fear. Uncertainty creates fear. The people who you think are fearless also have moments of fear. But there's one big difference. They don't let fear paralyze them. They recognize the fear, but they just keep on moving past it. They leave it behind and go on to win. Unfortunately, most people get stuck in fear. You have to choose courage over fear. The danger of too much comfort. There are consequences for too much comfort in your life. It's human nature to get seduced by comfort. Although these things are fun to enjoy at times, it makes you soft and vulnerable. It breaks down your self-confidence and mental edge. Gradually, you stop believing that you can achieve something because you realize you've deteriorated mentally and physically. The worst thing about being weak and vulnerable is that when bad things happen, you're in no condition to deal with them. Mental toughness is a muscle you must build and maintain. It's a perishable skill. When you start doing hard things, you start building that muscle. When you do challenging things that take hard work and perseverance, you realize that you can overcome challenging situations. You start building that warrior spirit in you. It starts growing and starts glowing inside you. It starts with a spark and then grows into a fire. If you keep on feeding this fire, it will grow into an inferno. Stop maintaining it, and soon there'll be nothing but smoke. If you don't challenge yourself, you'll have no idea how you'll react when things go wrong. You have to train your mind and body for adversity. When you need to deal with a crisis in your work or family, will you be ready? Or will you not be there when people need you? You can simulate hard times. The best thing about putting yourself in challenging situations in jiu-jitsu, in the gym, or any other activity is that you learn how to persevere and keep going when you are suffering. You learn how to fight with your mind and body. You're training for when life comes at you. You're always training to be ready for battle. Battle with the dark side of your own mind and with the world that will come at you. Put yourself in stressful situations consistently by simulation. Forget about the perfect plan. Forget about having everything figured out when you start going after what you want. Nobody has everything figured out at the beginning. The most important thing is just showing up. You're not going to be perfect when you start out with any goal you have. Many days, you're not going to feel like executing on your goal. You will not feel like going out to train or do whatever it is you have to do that day. Maybe you need to go to the gym, go to jiu-jitsu, plan a meeting, train for a marathon, go swimming, or study for your medical school entrance exam. Whatever it is, you need to show up. If you show up every day, half the battle is already won. The days when you absolutely don't feel like executing and you still show up are the most important days. Those are the days that you expand your mental strength. When you show up against all odds is when you go back to your old friend. Your old friend is called discipline. Discipline will pull you through the hard times. Discipline will help you show up when nobody expects you to show up. You go lift weights when you're feeling weak and distracted. You go running in freezing cold weather. You go talk to that beautiful woman even when you don't feel like doing it. You go give that speech at work even if you are so scared you want to throw up. You make that sales call even if you think you can't. When everyone thinks you're out of the game, you show up. You do more than just show up. You dominate. Become a pro. You have to adopt the approach of a professional. Just like a professional football player who gets up every day to train, he stays within his system day after day with no excuses. You need to be the professional of your own life. Your life is like a business, a very serious business. In this business of life, you need to make sure you know where you're going. This is a lifelong process in the pursuit of mastery. Professionals do the work, even when they don't feel like it. Bad mental habits. When you start your new mission in life, you'll bring with you some bad mental habits from your years living in comfort and mediocrity. One of the major bad habits most carry with them is the heavy weight of their past. They cling to their past and can't let go of it. They let it define them. And because it defines them, they struggle to move forward. They can't reinvent themselves. But the reality is that you are not your past. That doesn't define you anymore. The moment you burn your boats, it all changes. You're now creating a new you, someone who has learned a great deal from past experiences. You have internalized these lessons, but you've also grown stronger from them. Now you have to let it all go, because if they don't, they'll pull you down with them. The Kaizen story. In Japan, they have a philosophy called Kaizen. This Kaizen philosophy is one of the reasons why Japan is so successful. The philosophy of Kaizen comes down to this: continuous, incremental improvement. This improvement leads to massive results over time. Kaizen is thoughtfully making adjustments, accepting failure as a lesson, and applying the lessons you learned to build success. The core idea of Kaizen is this: standardizing all your processes so that it's repeatable and well-organized. Your main focus should be measurability and evaluating your progress. Then, use your data to adapt and improve. Then compare your results with your goals. This is how you innovate and find better ways to achieve similar and better results. Responding and adapting to circumstances and evolving your methods over time. Kaizen philosophy in your life. Start a process of never-ending, consistent improvements in your life. In other words, raise your standards, improve, improvise, and adapt. Most importantly, be consistent. Chapter 8. Dating and Relationships. Should I get a girlfriend? Should I get a girlfriend? Unfortunately, my answer for most guys is mostly no. Most guys are surprised when I say this. The reason I answer this way is obvious to me, but they don't see it. They don't see the blind spot. If more men asked this question and got an honest answer, they'd avoid a lot of heartache and pain that could have been avoided. They would avoid things like unhappiness, depression, breakups, and divorce. Most men have been brainwashed by society and live in a fairy tale. They think that just because they find someone attractive means that they should have a shot of being with her. And some actually do have a shot, but most get rejected before they open their mouths, and many get rejected after a short period of time. They all find out it was a bad idea and get dumped, but they're the lucky ones. Some find out this costly mistake after a few years or many years. Why do most breakups and divorces happen? Most men are surprised to find out that their value determines if the relationship will work out or not. They think they can get high-quality women with the magic pickup line or just being a nice guy, and maybe that works for a short time. And some men convince women for a night, a few days, a few weeks, or even a few months, but eventually the cracks appear and everything starts falling apart. This happens to a lot of men. They have a plan to get a girlfriend as soon as possible. They think they should just be chasing women. And yes, dating women should be part of a broader life strategy, but it should not be your main focus. So what should the focus be? Building your own value should be the focus. You should be your biggest priority. You should pursue excellence in your life. Women should be a benefit of you going after your own mission. If you do this, everything else will naturally start falling into place, including women. So now, let's look at the question that started this chapter. Should I get a girlfriend? The answer is no to most men. This doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue short-term dating and have fun, but it means no long-term serious relationships or marriages until you're at least 30 to 40 years old. In the meantime, focus on the following. 1. Figure out what you like first. Go on dates, as many as possible, but don't make anyone your long-term girlfriend. Figure out what it is that you value in women. Looks. What type of looks are you attracted to? Skin tone, tall, short, athletic, skinny? Attitude. What kind of female personality do you enjoy? Shy, outgoing, extrovert, introvert? Style. What kind of style or look do you like in a woman? Does she have a good sense of fashion and style? Health and fitness. What standard of fitness is important to you? Does she have high standards for health and fitness? Sex drive. What kind of sex drive is compatible with you? Similar to you? More than you? Less than you? Don't just focus on her level of attractiveness. Yes, looks matter a lot, but don't get blinded by just her looks and beauty. Don't let it blind you to all her big flaws. Look at her objectively as a person. Is she the type of woman you want to spend time with? Is she a trustworthy person? You need to experience a variety of women to figure out what it is you want in a girlfriend or long-term relationship. 2. You have to confront yourself. The question now is, what is your value? What's your value in all other areas of life? Areas of life examples: finances, health and fitness, protector skills, communication, intelligence, willpower. What is your value as a man? Be honest with yourself. If there was an evaluation of men tomorrow, ask yourself this: would you stand out as above average, or would you be in the mediocre range? If you have low value right now, then your chances of being successful with high-value women are almost impossible. To change this, you have to confront yourself. Then, you have to start making the changes to transform yourself. You have to transform yourself into the type of man that women naturally find attractive. 3. Build an empire foundation before any long-term relationship. Don't enter into a relationship if you haven't laid down the foundation for your empire first. Whatever it is you do in life, you need to build a strong foundation before you move on to anything important. If you're weak, then anyone you bring into your life will feel that weakness. You can't hide that type of weakness in a relationship. You might get away with it for a short time, but eventually the cracks will appear and you will be exposed. The reality is that a woman's nature is hypergamous, and she'll test you to make sure you are the real deal. And eventually, she will expose your lack of value and leave you or make your life a nightmare. In a relationship, other people need you. If you're thinking about having a family, then this responsibility is so much bigger. And when you are in the foundation phase of your empire, you need most of your time for building your empire. If you want to live an extraordinary life and reach all your goals, then you'll need to walk alone first and do the work. Then you can bring other people into your life more long term. You need to become selfish first. Then, later, you can be more open. You can't help others if you're weak, so walk alone first so you can walk tall later. The bad choices men make. So, a relationship starts and everything seems like it's going well. The guy tells himself he's happy. The woman thinks she's happy, or maybe not. But the point of this is not the woman. The point is the man. It's about the most common mistake that leads to misery for men and women all over the world. But why misery? What goes wrong? So here's the usual scenario. A man is single. He doesn't have consistent success with women in dating, or he has very little or no success with women, dating, and relationships. But one day, by chance, he gets lucky and meets a woman at a party. She's average, but not too bad on the eye. He had a few glasses of wine, so he thinks to himself that she isn't exactly his type, but she seems nice, and it could be a fun evening. So the two of them go home together, have sex, and the next day, he leaves and goes back to his normal life. A few days later, he thinks about her. He doesn't think she's the greatest woman in the world, but he thinks it might be fun to see her again. And it will definitely be easy sex for him. So he calls her. They meet and they end up sleeping together again. This same cycle goes on for a few weeks. After a few weeks, he starts to notice more and more things about her that he doesn't like, but he tells himself, it's okay, it's not serious. And the weeks fly by. Before he realizes it, a few months have flown by, but now he's comfortable having sex with her regularly. But even that's getting a little boring. He starts thinking more and more about ending it. But the problem is, she thinks they're in a relationship. She thinks they're in a relationship because the truth is that they are in a relationship. The man set the foundation for it, and by his actions created the whole thing. So, as the weeks go by, he wants to end it. But he's split into two minds. One part of him wants to end it, and the other part thinks about how hard it's going to be to tell her that it's over. That same part of his mind tells him that it's convenient, it's easy sex, a warm body, and companionship. He doesn't miss the lonely nights of the past without her. Besides, he wonders how hard it will be to meet another girlfriend. So he decides to stay with her for a while, and at the same time, he starts looking around for someone better. Time flies by, and now he's been with her for a year. And now she wants to have the talk. So she asks him the big question, where's this relationship going? So he crumbles under the pressure and asks her to marry him. Now he's locked in. Time flies by, and after a few years of marriage, he's absolutely miserable. He hates his life. He feels trapped. And she's putting pressure on him to have a child. After another year, she becomes pregnant by accident, and now there's no turning back. It's over. His life is hell. He feels lonely at night, sleeping right next to her. She controls him. She runs his life, and now he's a tugboat for her and their new family. This is more or less the story of millions of men around the world. The story's not about women. It's not about the family or the children, because all those things could potentially be good, if it's done on the man's terms, but it's not done on his terms, and that's the problem. You see, a lot of men have problems with making the most important choices in their lives, and to understand that, you need to go back to the beginning of the story. Most men live in scarcity. They have a lot of challenges with women and dating, and the reason for this is simple. They've never confronted themselves in terms of becoming better as men. Those mediocre parts of themselves that hold them back in life never get confronted. Parts like playing the victim, or the part of just doing the minimum at work, not knowing what they want in life, having no control over their minds, or letting their bodies age and decay from inactivity. But the most important part is that they're poisoned by a toxic belief system, a belief system that created a terrible way of looking at themselves and the world around them. These men have low confidence and low self-esteem. So this is the context of a lot of men when they unconsciously walk into relationships that are bad for them. They get placed in positions where they need to make the most important choices of their lives, and they're not ready for it. So, let's say, for example, a mediocre beta male finally meets a woman. They go on a date. Now, two choices will happen. The first choice is the woman's choice. She'll choose to sleep with him or not. That's her choice. But then, after sex, the power of choice will shift. Now he has a choice to make. Now he needs to ask himself, does he want to see this woman again? That is his choice. It seems like a random choice. It seems like an easy, unimportant choice with no consequences. But as we saw earlier in this chapter, the consequences can be brutal. In fact, it can be life-changing in a negative way. All you need to do is look at the divorce numbers to know that decision-making for men is a big problem. The reality is that most men have an opportunity to walk away in that moment right after sex. If he doesn't feel 100% attracted to a woman, he can walk away. He can make the choice right there. It might be a little uncomfortable in the moment, but it's a lot easier than being stuck in an unhappy relationship for years that could potentially end in disaster. When we make bad relationship choices, it doesn't just hurt us. It also hurts everyone else involved. The sad thing is that all of this could have been avoided if these men just had the strength and courage to walk away. But they don't. Firstly, like I mentioned before, they are men that have never confronted their own weaknesses. So these men desperately just want someone to accept them as they are before she realizes that he's a fraud and an empty shell. They also get seduced by the comfort of having a woman with them in bed, so they don't have to be alone. This same woman he doesn't even find 100% attractive. This same one that he can't stand to look at. The same woman that he wants to leave. It's a whole range of contradictions, but he stays there. It's like these men have Stockholm Syndrome and can't leave. Having a healthy relationship is great, but it has to be on your terms, not hers. But more importantly, you should really be attracted to her. You should have no doubt. She should be someone that has high standards, but most importantly, you should have high standards. But at the end of the day, it comes down to a problem with these men's mindsets. The problem is that most men have a scarcity mindset, and most of these men who make these crazy decisions live in scarcity. They think there aren't enough women in the world. They think there isn't enough money in the world. They live in scarcity. So the first person that gives them attention gets locked on. And unfortunately, like we just saw, it ends badly. The good news is that you have the power to change. You have the power to start living in abundance if you choose to do so. It starts by rejecting a beta mindset. Stop being a victim. Take responsibility and start believing again. Start dreaming again. Dream big. Dream great big dreams. But you have to plant those seeds first, and then get up. Get up and start by becoming the hero of your own movie. Start becoming someone you can be proud of. Start living like a man that knows the world has an abundance of resources. That includes women. all you have to do is become a man of value. Then realize how valuable you truly could be if you do the work. But to do that, you'll have to raise your standards. And a big part of that is making better decisions. And as you grow, you will get confronted by similar choices, and you will be able to make strong and wise decisions. This will all lead to a life of freedom, a life that you designed, not a life that was forced on you, but rather a life you consciously chose, a life that you control, a life that will be legendary, a life you can be proud of. But you must be willing to do the work to get there. So, the question is this: are you willing to do the work? Don't hide behind a relationship. A lot of guys out there who are single say they just want to settle down. These guys are mostly in their 20s and 30s, and I'm not against the idea of having a long-term relationship and even marriage. But I do have a problem when men go into a relationship as a safe place. Many guys think marriage or long-term relationships are the next steps that they have to take, no matter what. No matter what condition they're in as an individual, they think their lives can only get better if they can get into a long-term relationship. They think then they can finally relax and settle into a nice, comfortable life. They think that once they're in the relationship, their lives will magically get better. They think they'll finally have their life together and start living life as a real adult. This belief in men creates a lot of unhappiness around the world. It's the cause of most marriage problems and failed relationships. This is what normally happens. A guy has an average job. He is in average or below average shape physically. Mentally, he's way under his true potential. But he lives in a fairy tale, and he goes ahead into a long-term relationship. Now that he's in a relationship, he thinks he's good. Now he can just cruise. Finally, he's made it. So he stops pushing hard in his career. He stops looking after his body. Not that he ever did, but now he does nothing. Mentally, he stagnates. He has never consciously examined his own thought patterns, and now he's going deep down the rabbit hole of the fairy tale he lives in. He lets go because he thinks he's now safe. He can finally relax. He expects to have lots of sex, watch TV after work, and just be himself. But soon, the cracks appear and the fairy tale he lives in gets exposed. All the sex he thought was going to happen doesn't happen. The happy woman he dated seems like she's different. She seems more annoyed and constantly asks him questions that anger and irritate him. For a lot of men, this is the beginning of the end. For some, the relationship ends fast, if you're one of the lucky ones. But unfortunately, a lot of men stay in a miserable relationship for years, living a miserable existence. This, while his girlfriend is probably already seeing other men. Sounds harsh? Well, the world is a lot different outside the fairy tale myth. The truth isn't what you want it to be. It is what is. You have to be a man of value. The reality for all men is this: if you want to spark attraction in women, then you need to be a man of value. There's no other way. Women are attracted to men of value. Women want to look up to a man, someone they respect and admire, someone that is out there conquering the world. You should never stop working on improving your own value as long as you live. This is a big mistake that most men make. They think once they get the girl, they can just settle and watch movies under a warm duvet with his girlfriend. Why do a lot of men think this way? Why is it that men want to be comfortable and settle down? Well, the answer is simple. Most men want to hide from the truth. Or worse, they're not aware of the truth. But let me tell you the truth. For the rest of your life, you need to keep on working, pushing, and improving and building your value. There is no safe space. This is the only way you can get happiness in your life, and this is the only chance of happiness you have with any long-term relationship. Most beta mindset men want to hide from this reality. They want to deny this reality. They want to hide from this truth so that they can cuddle under the blanket with their girlfriends while she is texting other guys. The beta reality. The beta male reality in a long-term relationship is the following. He sees himself as safe, stable, and risk-free in his relationship. And the following is how this reality develops. The beta goes into a relationship with the mindset of sacrificing himself. He thinks that by doing this, she will love him for it and respect him. She has rules that he has to follow. She demands things get done her way, and he's happy to follow. He's a good boy and accepts her terms of this deal. He thinks he'll get rewarded and live happily ever after. He is a yes man. He says yes to whatever she wants. The problem with this deal is that most girls on a subconscious level have already lost respect for those guys. She'll probably go through with it anyway. A lot of women don't mind having a nice beta provider that pays her bills while she goes for a girl's night out with her friends. Sounds harsh? Well, welcome to the real world. Of course, not all women are out to destroy you, but unfortunately, a lot of women do walk over weak men. In fact, a lot more women sleep around than most men are aware of. When could I just relax and let go as a man? The short answer is never. The long answer is the following. Most men have been sold a Hollywood version of what women want. They've been taught that they should just be a good boy and do what women want, and everything will be fine. Then they took it one step further. They told men that if they really want to win over a woman, they have to share their feelings often and to show their emotions consistently. They were told to consistently share their feelings. They said, you should not be afraid of being vulnerable. So, they basically sold a beta mindset to men. Most men fell for this conditioning because it's a comfortable lie. It tells you to just open up and be yourself. Men naturally have an idealistic idea of a long-term relationship. Contrary to popular belief, men have a more romantic view of relationships than women. They think that their wives will love them unconditionally when they show their vulnerability and soft side. But nobody told them the truth, and that is that women would despise them for it. The truth is that women are attracted to men with an alpha mindset, and if they can't get the alpha, they will marry a beta for security and might sleep with an alpha on the side. The alpha or beta way. If this is bad news for you, then I have some hope for you. Most guys get molded in modern culture into betas. They might have alpha characteristics, but their mindsets are beta. You also get guys who look like a beta, but have a total alpha mindset. That being said, the majority of men are betas. That's just the way the world is. The good news is that a lot of men have the potential to grow into an alpha if they do the work. The way you are conditioned as an infant and young child obviously has a strong influence. So does the rest of your schooling and influences all the way up to being a teenager and young adult. However, you can choose to become alpha. You do this by developing the alpha potential already inside you. First, you must become aware. More importantly, when you become aware, you should be unhappy about who you have allowed yourself to become. Then, you must decide to do something about it. And that's what this book is about. It's about realizing that you can get better. You can improve. You can form a new character. You don't just have to be yourself because society told you that's who you are. The alpha and the beta parts. We all have two parts in us. Unfortunately, most guys go with the beta because that's how they're conditioned. They have a fixed mindset and they're not aware that there's another option. Unfortunately, most men are so far gone, they don't believe you if you tell them the truth. Why won't they believe you? Because it's easy and risk-free to live in a beta world. You have limited risk, or so you think. You can just move with the crowd without putting yourself out there. But they've been lied to by the world, and when they find out the truth, they refuse to believe it. Then when things go bad, they're shocked. Then they look for someone to blame. They want to blame the girls who just dumped them. Yes, that girl that dumped them for no reason. They want to blame the new guys who are now dating their girlfriends, but the truth is, it wasn't the woman's fault, and it wasn't the other guy's fault. The problem is the beta himself. But most betas refuse to look at themselves critically, so the predictable scenario repeats itself. They go into another relationship with the same approach, and again, they get a similar result. The alpha way. The alpha way is a harder path, but the alpha way transforms your life and gives you your freedom and independence. The alpha is attractive to women because she's not the most important thing in his life, and she knows this. The alpha's mission is his absolute priority. It demands his absolute focus. He has the freedom to live life on his own terms. Women that come into his life have to understand this reality. He's not overly emotional. He doesn't get one-itis, obsessed with one woman. He has many women that want to be in his life, and women in his life are aware of this reality. He knows his own value, and because he has this self-awareness, it makes him more attractive to women. He constantly works on his mission, fitness, and mind. He knows the truth. He's always aware that if he slacks off and stops living the high standard he sets for himself, he can lose it all. This keeps him hungry. It drives him. He's not afraid of the risk and the rewards that life gives him. It excites him. The alpha knows life will give you what you ask of it, so he asks for big things and backs them with the actions necessary to get them. This is where betas fall far short. They ask for scraps in life, and then life delivers exactly what they ask for. Betas are not willing to be initiated in the crucible of life, and therefore, they suffer. To become an alpha, you need to find a mission. Then you have to commit to the mission and then be prepared to walk alone. If you don't, and you give in to fear, you will be doomed in life. Why successful dating is impossible for most men. Most men don't have any real knowledge about women, and most don't have any game or knowledge of social dynamics. So the result is that they're mostly looking for ways to suck up to women to please them. The key? Game or social dynamics is very important in terms of seduction. In other words, you need to have the skills or ability to successfully interact with women and lead that interaction to get something more. Game is a great skill, but if you depend on game alone for success with women, then you will lose. So, what is the solution? What is the problem? Most men are looking for solutions outside themselves. I used to be one of them many years ago. I was looking for something or someone to blame for my problems, but the truth was that I wasn't good enough. My value was not high enough. So I'm not just pointing fingers at other men. I've been through it myself. I know from personal experience that your life only changes if you take personal responsibility. Getting defensive? So now you might be getting defensive. You're probably saying things like, I am who I am, and that's the way I was born. I just want to be myself. Within this whole defense lies the problem. We have this arrogance we hide under our defenses. We don't see our own weaknesses. We think we know it all. We're so attached to our views of the world that we can't let go. We think we can't change. We believe we're just playing the cards that life gave us. We think we're good enough. We think we just need a chance to convince the women of how good we are. We think we can logically convince her of our value. This is the problem, because underneath this lies the truth. We already know we're not good enough, because if we were good enough, we probably wouldn't be looking for ways to get better. Most men usually crawl like a puppy with the hope that the woman would just give them some attention, like a puppy waiting for a treat. She throws the treat, and the puppy runs to pick up the treat. This is how most men approach dating. They act like needy chumps. They hope by acting this way, women will reward them with sex and attention. But the reality is the following. You have to change, improve, and develop. Because, like I mentioned before, what you're doing now is obviously not working. For you to get the life you want, you first need to forget about pursuing women for a while. This is about you. You need to improve. You need to accept that it's not going to be a quick fix. So, where do you start? You start with this. Accept everything the way it is. Things might suck right now. But if you're struggling with dating and relationships, then I feel your pain. It's not fun to be bad with women and dating. You can't fully enjoy life until you handle this part of your life. Maybe you're struggling with the following. Maybe you can't find a date. Maybe women don't return your phone calls. Maybe your wife or girlfriend dumped you. Maybe several women dumped you over the last few years. Maybe you feel that women ignore you. If any or all of that is true, then it's time for you to accept that right now, you are not good enough. The next step is for you to understand that you need to change. The person you are right now is not the version of you that will bring you the success you want. Everything about you needs to be upgraded and improved. Your mindset and the way you think need to be evaluated. It's time to get rid of that part of you that's holding you back, that part of you that wants to keep you safe. And stop thinking, I just want to be myself. This type of thinking kept you limited as a man. It took you nowhere with women and dating. You have been programmed and conditioned by outside influences. These influences made you live and act in a certain way. And that's why you're reading these words. To change, you'll have to become selfish. Your mission should be number one. You can't help others if you're not strong. You can't get better and improve if you're not strong. You can't be a good partner in a relationship if you're not strong. Most men fail with women because they're too weak. Women sense this very easily. Women are masters at reading men's body language and levels of confidence. You can't attract high-value women if you're not a high-value and confident man. You need to start conditioning yourself to focus on yourself. Transformation and improvement have to become a lifestyle. Most people fail with change because they approach all change out of the frame of being temporary. For example, they start a diet with the mindset of that being temporary. So they fail. It has to be a lifestyle. Who are you becoming? Take an objective look at your life. Now, ask yourself this. Who are you becoming? Do you see your own value improving or stagnating? If you continue on your current path, who do you think you will become? Take a step back and look at yourself objectively. Be honest. In your career, business, relationships, health, fitness, and everything else, are you in control? Or are you just going with the stream of life? If you're not happy with where you're going, then decide to make a change. Right now, decide where you want to go. Make a clear picture in your mind of what it is you want to be in life. Let your imagination run wild. Write it down in a notebook or piece of paper. Dream big. Ask yourself these questions. What do you want to do for a career or job? What do you want to look like in terms of body shape and fitness? Do you want to be more confident? Do you want to be a better listener? Do you want to be better at making conversation with women? Do you want to travel often? Do you want to be rich? Whatever it is, write it down and form a clear picture in your mind of who it is you want to be. Now, take that piece of paper and read it to yourself. Now commit to becoming the type of person that can turn that vision into reality. Don't worry about the details right now. You can create a plan later. Now you know where you want to go. Now, you need to start working on your mind. You need to build self-confidence by becoming your own biggest fan. You need to build your self-belief. You need to give yourself a big pat on the back. Guess what? If you don't do it, nobody else will either. You need to love yourself because guess what? If you don't love yourself, then ask yourself this: how can others love you if you don't love yourself? This will not happen within a few weeks. It will be a process. It will take time. Sometimes you'll feel like you're not making much progress, but keep doing the work. Looks matter. Your looks matter. Contrary to popular belief, it's very important. The way you present yourself to the world is very important. In Western countries, there's a widespread loser attitude that has been developing about looking good. There's a war against excellence and beauty. Importance of looks. My first real understanding of how important looks really are was when I was living in East Asia for the first time, specifically South Korea. The South Koreans take their appearance very seriously. The Koreans appreciate beauty and excellence. As a Westerner, I was first puzzled by it all, but then it started rubbing off on me. Maybe it was all the beautiful, feminine, well-dressed Korean women that made me appreciate looking good a lot more. So I wanted to look good so I could date more beautiful women. That part of Korean culture never left me. South Korea will always have a special place in my heart for 3 reasons. First, I started doing jiu-jitsu there. Second, all the beautiful feminine women. And lastly, I learned about style and how to dress well. In general, I just learned that your appearance matters, not just for how others perceive you, but also the way you perceive yourself. How you look says a lot about how you feel about yourself. They say you become who you surround yourself with, and at the time, I was surrounded by Koreans that let you know if you didn't look good. I remember a coworker once told me one morning that I looked like a bum. This was after I got to work, hungover, unshaven, and wearing an old shirt. I finally translated what he said and figured out that it wasn't good. First, I was kind of annoyed by the comment, but then I realized he was right. After that, I sharpened up and raised my standards. Since then, I've transformed my style and appearance. Not only that, I also transformed my body, health, and mind. When I went back home for the first time after a few years in Korea, people didn't recognize me. The reality for me back then was not a good one. I was out of shape, my mindset was weak, I was dressing like a bum, and I was generally playing far below my potential. There's a reason why South Korean people take looks seriously. First, it tells them what's going on in other people's minds. And second, they really appreciate beauty and excellence. They just love beautiful things in general. They love life and make it a pleasant experience. They figured out that looking good makes normal life more interesting and fun. The new culture. In the West, we don't have a culture of calling people out if they look bad. In fact, we now have a culture that rewards mediocrity. People don't appreciate real beauty anymore. They put unhealthy people on the covers of magazines and celebrate them. This is a sad state of affairs. My view of the world is different. I still appreciate excellence and hard work. I still appreciate beauty. You don't need to look like a movie star or celebrity, although it does help to have genetic gifts. However, you can transform yourself into someone that looks good and is hard not to notice. I know people who are genetically gifted but look bad, but I also know average-looking people looking great. They look great because they work with what they have. They transform into the best version of themselves. The reality is that standards are very low right now. So, if you just do a bit of work, you'll look better than most other men out there. To dress like a man means focusing on simplicity and quality. Express who you are as a man with the way you dress. But if you have no idea what dressing well means, I suggest you figure that out. Don't dress like a clown and go over the top. Just follow the golden rule. Less is better. But before we get to that, let's go back to the start. We need to start at the beginning. I mentioned already that we have limited time on this planet. That means you might as well look good while you're here. This means two things. One, you'll feel better about yourself. Two, others will feel better being around you. But let's go back to the beginning. So I talked about why the people in South Korea take their appearance so seriously. But could there be another, more underlying reason? Enter the halo effect. The halo effect is a term that was coined by psychologist Edwin Thorndike in 1920. So, what is the halo effect? According to Wikipedia, the halo effect can be explained with the following example. A simplified example of the halo effect is where an individual, noticing that the person in the photograph is attractive, well-groomed, and properly attired, assumes, using a mental heuristic, that the person in the photograph is a good person, based upon the rules of that individual's social concept. What does this mean? Well, in simple terms, if you look good, then people on an unconscious level treat you better. They'd let you do things that they would not allow others to do. Whether this effect is good or bad is irrelevant. This is the world we live in. But let's look at how we can actually start from the beginning and change our appearance for the better. It doesn't take just one thing to look better. You need a solid foundation and build on top of that. So, let's get started. 1. Lift weights. There's only one way for a man to transform his body quickly, and that is weight training. You need to lift weights regularly. This will make you lose fat, lift your testosterone levels, and just make you look like a man again. You will not just look stronger, you will be stronger. You need a plan. With that in mind, get a program that focuses on traditional compound exercises. There are many books and programs that will explain to you how to get in shape. Find one that works for you and stick with it. There's nothing that gives you as much return on investment in terms of body transformation as lifting weights. You will look better, feel better, and sleep better. 2. Food. When we look at the mind, there is a simple concept. You become what you consistently think about. The body has a similar operating system. You become what you consistently eat. So, if this is true, then we can use logic to figure out that if you eat bad food, you will look bad. And if you eat good food, you will look good. It really is that simple. Real food is key. No processed food. Reduce alcohol or stop drinking. If you enjoy a drink now and then, stick to clear alcohol, like vodka or gin. There's too much estrogen in beer that will make you look soft and bloated. Junk food and processed food are gone. Eat good quality meat, like beef, pork, or elk. To get your basic carbohydrate needs met, eat some white rice if you have to. Cook all your meat in real, unsalted butter. Cut out or limit sugar, and drink all your coffee black. Not all coffee is the same. Make sure your coffee is real and drink it black. Contrary to popular belief, real coffee, without sugar and milk, is good for you. It's my favorite drink and keeps me sharp and on the move. 3. Supplements. Supplements are great to get you playing at a higher level. But if you can't afford supplements, it's not absolutely necessary. And if you can't afford good quality supplements, then I recommend you skip them altogether. Bad quality supplements are useless and could be bad for your health. So if you can't get quality supplements, then go without them. But like I mentioned, there are a handful of supplements that will improve your life remarkably. These are the foundational supplements that I always use. 1. Creatine. 2. Whey protein. 3. Magnesium. 4. Krill oil. 5. Vitamin D. 6. Zinc. 7. Vitamin A. 8. Methylfolate or methyl B12. 9. Vitamin K2. 10. Vitamin C. 4. Intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting is one of the key things that will transform your body and health, but it's also one of the things that most people find most challenging, and that's because most people don't have any self-discipline. But if you can show some self-discipline, you'll find the benefits of intermittent fasting to outweigh the discipline needed to maintain a fasting lifestyle. It's not just the obvious benefit of fat loss, but also the mental clarity that comes during fasting that will surprise you. After making intermittent fasting part of your lifestyle, you will look and feel better. And the biggest benefit of intermittent fasting? 5. Grooming. Grooming should be disciplined and consistent. Just like everything else in your life, it should be a lifestyle. This means consistently trimming and cleaning your nails. Also, being consistent with trimming your hair in your nose and ears. Your hairstyle is obviously your choice, but I keep mine simple. Usually my hair is very short or shaved, but my advice is to work with your strengths. If you have no idea, then go to a hair professional. Ask him for some guidance, but keep it simple. Taking care of your skin is very important to look young for as long as possible. Use good moisturizer after you shower and a shave. It's all about lifestyle and maintenance. Shower at least twice a day and scrub your body with good quality soap. Be fresh, clean, and presentable at all times. I recommend you use a natural organic deodorant or no deodorant at all. Deodorant became popular because marketers convinced us our natural smell is bad. The reality is that if you shower twice a day with a good natural soap and you eat well, then your body won't smell like a sweat factory. One of the biggest reasons I don't use normal deodorants is the toxic cocktail of chemicals in most deodorants. For example, a chemical like triclosan is known to interfere with your natural hormone regulation. If you choose to use deodorant, then use a natural, organic deodorant. 6. Dress well. With your style, we focus on quality over quantity. I prefer to buy high-quality jeans, shirts, and shoes. Quality brands last longer and fit better. Some people say that with brands, you just pay for the name. I disagree. Those brands usually produce high-quality products and therefore can afford to charge more for their products. Shoes are important, so buy a few pairs of high-quality shoes. You don't need 50 pairs of shoes, so don't blow all your money on shoes. Again, it's quality over quantity. Starting with 2 pairs of good quality shoes is all you need. 7. Accessories. Again, less is better when it comes to accessories. Get a good watch and good sunglasses. Classic design for your watch and no fake brands for the sunglasses. Make an investment in a good watch and high-quality sunglasses. Again, the focus is quality over quantity. No fake brand watches or sunglasses. 8. Body language. The way you carry yourself tells the world everything they need to know about you. So, if you have bad posture, then you fix it. Start by standing up straight with your shoulders slightly pulled back. In the beginning, this will feel unusual, but keep working it until it becomes natural. Be proud of who you are and show the world who you are by presenting yourself in a powerful way. Stand tall, be proud, and shine. Consider doing yoga. Yoga will improve your spinal health and flexibility. A lot of men have problems with bad posture because of tight and shortened hamstrings. Yoga will fix that problem for you. Yoga is a great way to improve your overall health and fitness.